All right. Hello, chat. How's it going? Hopefully well. I hope that you're all happy with what you've done with this little getting the channel to 2K thing. I hope you're satisfied because my beard is gone. So I'm I could definitely be happier about it. But yeah, today starts the beardathon. For 30 days, the beard will grow back in as natural. The catch this time is that I can't trim it for 30 days. New and renewed and gifted members will all extend the 30-day counting, or 30-day countdown? Yeah. I don't know what the word for that would really be. But we're doing that. Anyway. I don't know exactly how many days I'm gonna extend for how many subs, because that was originally part of the plan, but the channel's going so fast right now that the original plan isn't going to work. If we went with the original plan, I would have like a Duck Dynasty beard at the end of the year. So I don't really know what to do. I'm stalling a little bit. You're moving the goalpost? Well, yeah. Because it's that thing of like, if we didn't move it, whoa, my game tabbed out when my controller turned on. And the music stopped as well. Okay, anyway. It's because if I didn't move it, it would never end. That's why. Anyway, face, damn it, I don't wanna. I think we could have a whole stream just like this. I think we could just stick to this screen right here and we could have a pretty good time. The Elden Ring music's kind of a jam. You know, the menu music's kind of the best part of the game, if you ask me. So I think this is all we need for today. Okay. Hello. It's back. No more. Get you looking like a ginger Jesus. It's so weird that my facial hair is red. It's so weird, because, like, it is. It genuinely is. But my hair isn't. None of the rest of my body hair is. It's just my facial hair that's, like, ginger. For no reason. So weird since your hair is red. My lighting makes my hair look a little different. It's not red at all. It's like it's a dirty blonde. It's like a brownish blonde. The lighting in here is all yellow, so it kind of bounces off weirdly. I don't have any like white lights in here. Can't stay long, that's fine. Who's this child before us? Hate texting. I don't remember who I was just talking to about it, but I just recently found out that someone I know enjoys using the voice messages feature, like on their phone, instead of just texting, like typing it out. Does anyone else actually use that? I've never used it because one of my bosses when I was in high school used it, and his messages never came out right. So hyped. I've stayed away from trailer 3 so far so that people can tell me if it's spoilery or not. Because I stayed away from the 10 minutes of gameplay just in case, and then people were like, yeah, they straight up showed like 4 new abilities in the gameplay. So I was like, okay, I'm glad that I didn't watch that then. So now I'm scared of the trailer. I saw that the trailer went up today. Like, I saw the live event while I was working this morning, and I didn't wanna watch it. I'm nervous that it would spoil the game. Like, if it's minor, then it's fine. But if it's, like, really big things, then I don't really want to have it ruined, you know? What is kind of weird to me, though, is that maybe this changed with the new trailer, though. I'm about to say it, like, as I know that a new trailer came out today. I was gonna say that, like, we don't really know what the premise for the story's going to be. We need you to do Breath of the Wild DLC. I might be able to fit it in. It's crazy that Tears is what, like a month away now? It's only like 4 weeks. It's actually so not far away. Ah. Just a month. Is it on the 13th? I haven't known, like, the date, the exact date off the top of my head. I've just known it's in the teens. Is it on the 13th? Wait, no, the 13th is a Sunday, isn't it? May 13th would be a Sunday. So is it like the 12th? I was gonna say, yeah, there it is. The 12th. I was like, no, 13th is or I said Sunday. I meant Saturday. I meant it was the last day on the calendar. I was just looking at the calendar, so I knew that. Because May 13th is the day that, assuming no extensions whatsoever, the Beardathon would end, and I would be able to trim it back to normal. But we all know that's not going to happen. I just have to know what that date is, so that I can, you know, keep track of the adjustments. I was just trying to hold RB to run. And I won't lie and act like I wasn't. I absolutely was. We're going to extend the crap out of it. I'm fairly certain that you will. Story isn't evident, but you get a general idea. Okay. Are you saying it's okay to watch? Or I'm assuming it would be fine to watch then. But yeah, it is weird that, like, there's been so much hype behind this game for so long, while we haven't known really much of anything about it up until, like, I guess that 10 minutes of gameplay, right? Like, that was the first time that we actually learned anything substantial about it, and even then, I've stayed away from that info because people said that it was, like, too much info. At least gameplay-wise. Because people, generally, when I say spoilers, think story spoilers, which is fair. But gameplay spoilers are kind of something that I care even more about. Like, the one thing that I know about that 10 minutes of gameplay is that they showed off a couple different ways to get up to the Sky Islands. And I was like, bro, that, like, on day one would have been the best part of exploring, like, the new game. Why would they show you, like, solutions for how to get up there a month before the game comes out? Like, am I just crazy for that? For thinking that? Because genuinely for me, I'm like, that would have been, like, the most exciting part of exploring the world off the bat. They showed the most obvious solution. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. But just knowing that that was a thing that they showed, I'm like, I can't believe that they would show that. I wouldn't show that, that's for sure. Unless it was, like, an insanely obvious solution. To the point where it's like, yeah, there wouldn't have been much discovery or adventure to this, really. I don't think this sword is ever gonna drop. I might have to just pick a different sword. This one's not going to drop. I've kind of come to that conclusion at this point. By now, it just seems like all hope is lost. There is no sword. It's not even a real thing that you can get. Sword am I after? Here, one of them just had it. Where'd your sword go, friend? You had it. It's the little gold one that they are carrying. It's from what I could tell, well, okay. It's the best scaling one-handed straight sword for quality. I could go curved sword and get better quality scaling. I know that. But for the Paladin thing, I kind of want to keep it looking a bit more like a knight, you know? Or I guess like a Paladin, really. I want to stick with a straight sword for it. And as far as like a quality scaling one goes, this is about as good as it gets, weirdly, considering that it drops right in the beginning of the game. Ooh. Aggressive hiccup. The solution they show is the same one on the very first trailer way back. They showed one on a trailer before? I don't even remember it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't recall. And the auto lock on here is wild because it's going to all the guys up by the cart. And you have to like actually cycle through all of them. Wait, were Soldiers of Rick here just a minute ago? Maybe that shows you how much attention I'm paying to, what's it called? The actual farming. If you saw it, you kind of get it. You just didn't get the context. Okay. Yeah, I know that they apparently talked kind of in depth about some of the new abilities. Which, that might be like the biggest reason that I'm glad I didn't watch it. Especially if you guys are saying that the getting up to the island thing isn't that bad. Because like new abilities is a really exciting thing. I get showing off like 1 or 2, but I heard it was like 4, I think it was, that they showed off and like explained. Like it wasn't even just there was a clip of it. Like they talked about how the ability works and stuff. Maybe I get too hung up on these things. But it kind of feels like... I'm trying to think of like a comparison to make with Elden Ring. It would be like showing 10 minutes of gameplay of Elden Ring before launch and going in detail about like... I don't know. I can't really make a good Elden Ring example because the sandbox is so ginormous in Elden Ring that it's hard to really make a comparison like that. Versus like Breath of the Wild's sandbox is very like fewer tools but more solutions with those tools. Elden Ring is just like shit ton of tools. Like an absurd amount of tools. Really showed in depth some things we hadn't seen before. Yeah, that's mostly why I was staying away to begin with. Did you hear the news about Knight of the Seven Kingdoms getting a straight to series order? What is Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? Straight to series order. This isn't a game, is it? Oh. It doesn't sound like we're talking about a game. But also, hello, Mickle. Also, chat, remember to like the stream. Smile. Oh. Okay, it's a Game of Thrones book being turned into a show. Got it. The only Game of Thrones that I read was, like, I didn't even read the whole thing. I never finished it. Because I was in, like, 8th grade when I read it. But it was, Song of Ice and Fire. I think that's what it's called, right? It's Song of Ice and Fire. I might be getting it a little wrong, but something like that. Generally, that's the idea of it. It might not be the exact title, but that's about right. Ah! This bitch on the horse. Man, I'm getting all these like 1.5% drops. For people who weren't here the other day when I was trying to farm this sword a little bit, I tried for like an hour the other day. I looked up the drop tables for these guys, and the sword is a 0.5% chance to drop. So it's about a 1 in 200 chance that any of them individually drop the sword. It's rough out here. It's rough. I just read that HBO is doing a 10-year Harry Potter series, redoing the original 7 books. I did hear about them doing a TV series to, like, reboot the 7 books. I had heard of that. Honestly, I was about to, like, talk about it, but I really don't even have an opinion on it. I guess, more than anything, it'll probably be really hard to sell people on it just from the actors alone. I feel like trying to recast, like, any of the main trio of that story, it doesn't matter who you get, people just aren't going to like them. It's kind of one of those positions. It would be like trying to recast any of the main trio from, like, the original Star Wars trilogy, right? Like, if you tried to recast Luke, Han Solo, circle back to that in a second, because that's actually, now that I've said it out loud, anyway, or Princess Leia, like, if you tried to recast them in, like, a reboot, I just don't think people would accept it no matter who you get. It's kind of that kind of character. The actor and the character are so one and the same in the minds of fans that, like, you just can't get anyone who will be good enough to replace them. I feel like it's gonna be that kind of situation with Harry Potter getting a reboot. Bonk. I love that sometimes it actually just sounds like a cow. Like, sometimes that horn is just spot on. It's just a cow going moo. Ow! Shit. And why'd they have to give the horses so many moves in this game? Deep combat? I don't think so. Face tank the damage. R1 spam. No deep combat here. Just R1 spam. It feels kind of weird to me to be not using a weapon Ash. Because even when we did the Musketeer guy, he at least had seppuku. Although, I guess I am using, what's it called, Golden Vow on this, but I'm not using it to just, like, farm. I'm not using it for, like, mobbing. But it does feel weird to be, and I'm not parrying either. It would feel more normal to me if I was parrying, but I'm not doing that either. I'm using a block Ash. The character feels so different than what I'm used to. Why'd you shave? The beardathon has begun. So now I get to look like this for the next 3 days or so. Until, like, my strong shadow comes back and saves it. I turned on the camera. It's so weird with the lighting in here. When I shaved in front of the mirror this morning, I took, like, extra time and care shaving it this morning to make sure I had no shadow. And then I sit down in front of the camera, like, 10 minutes before stream. I turn it on. And like, on the camera with the lighting that I have in here, I have a shadow. Like, it's not super pronounced, but, like, it's there. And I tried to completely avoid any shadow, but it is what it is. I think you should say perpetually babyface. No. The point is not babyface. The point of the beardathon is Duck Dynasty beard. If it goes long enough. I was explaining earlier, now that more people are here, I'm definitely going to do it off of members. Like I was saying that I would. New or renewing based on tier, yada yada, for extending it. Gifted count as well, of course. All that. But, as far as, like, how many subs it will be to add, like, a day extra just through that, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because at this point, the shorts have accelerated just the passive growth of the channel by so much. By so much. Munch, my bad. That, like, originally I said, like, every 10 subs I would add a day. But right now, the channel, whether I post a short or not in a day... Wait, am I two-hitting my shield? How did that happen? The channel's kind of getting like 20-30 subs a day right now. So that wouldn't really work. Because then it would never end. The Beardathon would be a never-ending thing if I did that the way we originally planned it. So I gotta figure that out. I feel like you look older without the beard somehow. I don't. I think I look older this time. Not by much, but I do think I look a little older this time than the last time I clean shaved. I noticed that it didn't look as baby as what I was used to seeing when I did it this morning. But I think it might just be because I lost a lot of weight between last time and now, so my face is just slimmer, and I can actually, like, see my chin. Like, I can see my chin separate from the rest of my jawline, which is new for me. Like, my chin is defined now. I've just had the most, like, rounded chin, always. Probably because you're a little older than last time. You just need to get comfortable with having an unkept beard. Yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna be such a mess. It's gonna be so, like, scraggly, and who knows how long I'm gonna have it. It's gonna be something. I think I might pull up to 30 vigor as far as just like what I'm gonna be doing with runes while I'm trying to get the sword to drop. Not that I'm exactly rune farming efficiently here, but that's also, we're not farming for the runes, so who cares? What are the terms of the Beardathon? Currently, and it might get slowed down past like certain points, like multiple months in. If we need to slow it down, I will have to slow it down so that it can reasonably come to an end without me just, you know, immediately saying, okay, today it's over because I say so. But for subs, I don't know. I'm gonna figure out a number for that. I'm gonna give it like a week. I'm taking into account that, like, the morning of Beardathon starting, I woke up and I looked at my phone and we were at 2015, or no, we were at 2013 subs when I woke up at like 5 a.m. So I'm taking that number into account. For whenever I do figure out a sub number, I'll start it from there for adding days. But that I don't know. I'm gonna give it like another week just because the shorts have kind of thrown the growth off. I don't know how to really judge it right now. Oh god. But for subs, or not subs, sorry, I said subs as in like Twitch subs there. For members, I'm going new or renewing. It's 1 extra day per tier, with the exception of if you go charitable Chole, because when I last spoke about this was thrown out, and I felt it was fair. If someone were to go all the way for the charitable Chole, I would do 7 days instead of 6, because it's charitable Chole. He won't give us a view into that mansion of his. Yeah, let me tell you, the shorts revenue, it's making me rich, that's for sure. I was actually just talking about it yesterday. Playing, what were we playing? Oh, Code Veronica. I was talking about shorts revenue a bit yesterday. I was like, is it passive income? Yes. Is it substantial? Absolutely not. It's a passive income of like 8 cents per hour. That shorts revenue is. It's pretty rough out here. It's pretty rough out here. If shorts revenue was not what we were hyped up on, that's for sure. Which sucks because I was kind of excited. Like, if it was as good as what they had led us to believe back in like January before it got launched, I probably would have gone full in on shorts like back in February. It wouldn't have taken me the extra 2 months to start doing it properly. I search for Chole and I get nothing. Yeah, I know. It's I've talked about it with other people who have changed their names, and YouTube takes like a bit search-wise to readjust. Because right now, it'll either, when you search for Chole, it will either say, did you mean Chloe? And it will give you a bunch of like Chloe results. Or it will give you Chole, or it's probably not said that way, but it's spelled the exact same way. It's another word for, I think it's a certain kind of curry. So you'll get a bunch of like cooking recipes for Chole as well, which I never knew was a thing until I rebranded. But like with False's name, it used to do like the did you mean falsetto instead of her username, which is Falseco with a K instead of, with 2 Ks instead of a T, or 2 Ts, words. It used to do that. Now if you search her name, it brings her up right away. It's just a matter of like YouTube search kind of updating over time and figuring it out. Because right now, if you search not Chole Draculich, it still immediately pulls up my channel and all my channel shit. So I'm pretty sure that it's just like the search engine has not updated my name change at this point in time. Because it's not like I tagged all my videos with my name or anything. And even then, my channel wouldn't pull up because I didn't use channel tags either. I don't have any channel tags on my channel. I don't even know if channel tags still exist, if I'm being honest. I know they used to. I never used them. No one did. I don't know if they're still a thing or not. Anyway. But yeah, I think search just needs time to, like, update itself, really, more than anything. And I was testing it with, like, you know, no, I was logged out, no cookies, like the, what's it called? Private browsing, like the incognito mode, that's what it's called. I knew there was a term for it. So that it was like complete no history, cookies, whatever. And yeah, if you search not Chole Draculich, it still pulls up all my shit. If you just search the old name. So until search just like updates that I did change all my stuff over, that's what we got. What pisses me off is that the Chole @ is taken. Like, you know how YouTube has the handles now? The handle, that's the word for it. The handle's taken. And I know that when handles first rolled out, I swept up Not Chole early because I was already a partner channel before they brought them out. So partners got to register their handles like 3 weeks early or something, I remember, before they even came out. So I registered Not Chole. And I remember when it did roll out, I got like 3 separate emails to my business email from people who wanted to buy the handle from me. So I was like, well, if I can't get the one I want, I'm just gonna keep the old one. I'll just sit on this desired handle for now, since I was able to snatch it before anyone in the public was able to. I'll just sit on it for now. But yeah, search just needs time to like flip over. I still search for Chole Draculich. It's so weird because I've like every time that I've searched for my stuff, doing like an audit, I've gotten the did you mean Chole Draculich, right, for years. But even when like you do that, really nothing comes up. Like, there's not many results for Chole Draculich. I don't know why YouTube was always like, is this what you mean? Because I think this is what you meant. Because there really wasn't even that much there for results of that. It was just kind of random. Can I please have this sword, you guys? Can we just, like, you know, give me the good RNG. Give me that XCOM. Did I use up all my luck the other day on that XCOM stream where we got into like month 5 or whatever it was? It was like late month 5 when that run ended, I think. That was the best one yet. It really gave me the bug for XCOM again. Getting, like, our best run so far. And learning a whole lot of new stuff. Whoa. I did not mean to do that sound, but I did it. I learned so many new things, like new research projects, new in-game items and stuff that exist. That, like, it makes me have new ideas for ways to approach the progression. And I wanted to experiment with it so bad, but then it was like, stream end. And I've been trying really hard, like, outside of exceptions being like, if the game is really new and people are really liking it, to not stream the same game 2 days in a row. I've just been trying not to do it. I don't want to do back-to-back exact same game. Unless I have, like, a reason to. Like, a particular reason to. So, it's been hurting me. Staying away from XCOM right after my brain started going burr with, like, new strategies and knowledge and all that. But it is what it is. I will be back soon enough to try out the new strats. Doing a termite pre-treat so I get to spray 100 gallons of chemicals with reckless abandon. For termite spray, is that one of the kinds that, like, the people can't be there for it? Like, you have to stay away from the house for a bit, sort of thing? Wait, what is that buff that I have on? Why do I... Is that a gold pickled foot buff? What is that? Where did that come from? Hold on. Yeah, I think it is, because these guys normally drop 19 runes each, and they're dropping 24. That's about a 20... Well, that's a little more than 20%. What is this buff? I wish that this was one of those games. Oh, wow, I got your straight sword. That's not the sword I'm farming for, sir. The fact that it is a 1 in 200 chance to get this sword to drop. And it's not even like an amazing sword. It's just a pretty standard, like, middle of the road quality sword from the starting area of the game. And it is a 1 in 200 chance to get it to drop. Why? Like, is this Miyazaki's vision? To farm the easiest enemies in the game in mass for hours on end? Just to get a admittedly kind of shitty sword? Is this the vision? Am I just missing something? You treat the soil before they pour their concrete slab. Oh! Oh, okay. So it's like they're doing concrete work and you're just preemptively spraying so that when the concrete work is done, no termites. It's that kind. I thought it was like they had a termite problem, so you're doing the pre-treat before, like, the big flush out for the termites. I've heard termites are a bitch to get out. I've never known anyone who's had a termite problem, though, like in their house or anything, or apartment, whatever. So I have no idea what termite treatment even entails. I've just heard that it is an absolute bitch to get done. That's all I know about it. You and Cole could have cheated it in. We don't cheat in gear. We farm the legit way. I'm not a Borderlands YouTuber, you guys. I don't cheat my gear in. Come on now. That shit makes me so upset, too, because these Borderlands, like, anytime that I fall back down that rabbit hole of, like, here are the rarest legendaries you never knew existed, they'll have, like, the craziest, like, hybrid legendary where it's, like, the weapon parts from 2 of them combined into 1 drop. Like, legit 1 in a million kind of chance drop. And they cheated it in. Like, it's not a real drop that they managed to get in-game. They just found out that it was possible, you know, pulled up the cheat engine and threw it onto a save for their video. And I'm like, man, show me like some cool rare shit that like I can actually viably get in a playthrough of Borderlands. Like that I could actually see in reality. Like it's neat that there's a theoretical chance that these sort of things can drop. But come on now. It's a pain for the guy doing the work. Termites do over $1 billion of home damage a year. Yeah, they're nasty. Come on. One of these is gonna be a sword, right? It's gonna be right here. Maybe this guy? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, farming this is a pain in the dick, man. This is so bad. Why are there no good, like, actual good quality straight swords in Elden Ring? You know, we could ask all day about why do I have to farm this sword? But why is this the best option? Like, even just when I say that, like, oh yeah, the best quality straight sword one-handed in the game is you farm it off of these little fellas, like the Wandering Nobles in Limgrave. That should tell you something. That this is the best that you can get for, like, this specific kind of weapon. Can you farm this on your own time instead of our time? Well, I could. Actually, right now, not really. I spent my whole morning this morning, like, I shit you not, outside of, like, working out and making breakfast and showering and shaving, my whole morning has been playing RE4. Trying to grind out, like, maxing this one weapon for the next short. It has genuinely been my entire day up to this point. I've just been playing RE4 all morning. And I did just max it out, but now I'm gonna have to play more of it after stream so that I can actually get footage of it now that it's maxed out. And then I can do the voiceover and the editing and all that. Which mod do you use for Lilith? Currently using Mercenary, but considering Firefly. Let's see. Mercenary's the SMG damage, I believe. That's one of the better ones, if I'm right about that. Firefly is really good. It kind of depends what you're doing with Lilith. I know that there's 3 of them that I generally carry around with Lilith. And it kind of depends what I'm doing. I'll swap them out. If I'm, like, spamming... If I have, like... Oh my god, I'm about to get into, like, full legendary talk and stuff. One of the best weapons in the game, and since you're playing Lilith, you should just know, keep your eye out for a Hellfire or a Bitch. They're both a legendary SMG. The Hellfire and the Bitch are both insanely good legendaries for Lilith, because they're really good elemental SMGs. The Hellfire's the best, in my opinion. If I'm using a Hellfire or a Bitch, I will go Firefly, because you get... I'm trying to remember. I know that you get, like, added chance to proc elemental effects. You get... I think that you get extra Phoenix skill, which is just you're going to be spreading more fire with it. Anyway, Firefly is really good. It's one of the top 3. I'm trying to remember what the 3 are. Because if Mercenary is the SMG damage, I know what Firefly is. That's probably the one I've used the most, because I always try to farm a Hellfire on Lilith. Which, by the way, if you want to farm legendaries, it's pretty late game, but the best way to do it in Borderlands 1, in my opinion, other people will say otherwise, but I find that the most time-efficient way to do it, and honestly, you'll be shocked how fast it goes doing it, because it really doesn't take long, is once you've finished, like, the story mode, and you finish it again in New Game Plus, all the enemies are going to scale to your level on Playthrough 2, no matter what. So you'll want to go and complete the Claptrap DLC, the, like, Robo Revolution or whatever it's called. And then once you've done that, at the very end, an armory unlocks that has, like, 30 chests in a basement. And it's about a 30-second walk from where you load into the DLC. So the best way to farm legendaries in Borderlands 1 is to have finished playthrough 2 so that all the levels scale up to you. Finish that DLC on playthrough 2. And then just literally, you go to that armory, you loot it for everything, keep what you want, sell what you don't. Quit out to the main menu, load back into your save file, it'll refresh all the chests, all 30 of them, and you just keep rolling. It's a super high chance for legendaries out of them, and if you've done playthrough 2, they all scale to your level, so that they're all going to be good for where you're at. And literally any legendary you want that's not a unique drop in Borderlands 1, which there are very few, you just keep running it over and over again. And you can just literally get anything you want. That's why I always say that Borderlands 1 is my favorite to farm legendaries in. It's because it's also the easiest. It's just one spot that, like, you can sit there for 30 minutes and you can have, like, one of every legendary in the game, pretty much. Granted, like, there's a bunch of randomization in the stats, even when you do get a drop, but it's like, yeah, if you want a Hellfire, just sit there and roll that for, like, 10 minutes and you'll probably have one. But, there we go. Another weapon to keep an eye out for on Lilith is, it's called the Double Anarchy. It's a purple drop. It can drop as blue, but it can drop as purple, and that's what you're looking for. And it's an SMG that shoots out 4 bullets per shot and has a high fire rate and a really big magazine. And it's the single highest DPS weapon in the game. And Lilith, with a mercenary class mod, can get something like plus 50% SMG damage if it's a good one. And then you have an SMG that sprays 4 bullets a shot. You will melt anything. So Mercenary's great if you have a Double Anarchy and it's like your main weapon. Firefly's great if you're using a Hellfire or a bitch. And I can't remember what her third class mod is that I like. I wish I could. I just can't, though. Farming the sword is terrible. I'll give it like another few minutes. And if I can't get it, I'm gonna run to go do something else for a bit, and then I'll try again later on. But farming this thing has been just miserable. A 0.5% chance for a shitty-ass sword. It's not even a good sword. It's just the one that I want, because it's like kind of the best option. If I want to keep the style consistent. You know, it's all about fashion souls here on this channel. We like having a stylish character just as much as we like having a good character. We go for the middle ground. Sometimes I do go fully for the broken character. But that's like in the cases where I can't resist something. Like, when I'm doing a bleed build and the white mask exists. And it's like, okay, well, if I'm running seppuku, even if the white mask is kind of ugly, it just kind of buffs my damage by like 10% always. Effectively, that is. About rune farming and Kaled for the sword. Are there wandering, what's it called, wandering nobles over there? Near the Dragon Communion Church in Kaled. I might check it out. Because I'm mainly here for the sword. But if there was another spot where I could farm the same enemies for the same drop and maybe just like get more runes out of it so that it's at least a little more helpful in that way. Because here, I'm getting like 1,000 to 1,500 runes per cycle, so it's like, I'm not getting the sword that I need. I'm not really getting any levels out of it either. I'm just kind of sitting here trying over and over again. So it's kind of a pain in the ass. Try and keep a hold of both mods. Yeah, generally with Lilith, I do keep both of them on hand and just kind of... I'll keep like the best Firefly mod and the best Mercenary mod that I can. And just depending on what kind of guns I'm using, I'll swap between them. Really, it's just if I'm spamming elemental effects, Firefly if I'm just using like standard bullets on an SMG. Mercenary. Specifically for SMG. Mercenary is a little more niche. But when I play Lilith, I normally run her... I'm trying to think. What? Oh yeah, I'll run like... Yeah, here comes all these unique weapons. My favorite Lilith setup, weapon-wise, is a Hellfire. The Hellfire, for context, the reason I keep mentioning it being my favorite for it, it's an SMG with decent damage. Because it's actually the only gun in all of Borderlands 1, literally the entire game, that when it has the incendiary effect on it, it doesn't suffer a damage reduction so that it can get an incendiary. Every incendiary gun in that game gets a lower damage count, like raw damage, to make up for the fact that you get the damage over time. It's how they balanced it a bit. It's still better to have fire than not, especially against like enemies weak to it, but it's to keep it in line. It's to keep standard bullets like reasonably useful. But the Hellfire is the only gun in the game that doesn't have that happen. It has like standard SMG damage and the fire effect. And I think that the chance of it proccing incendiary is like 60 or 70% per bullet. Like, it's a really high chance per shot, especially when you're spraying out with an SMG. You're proccing it constantly. Throw the Firefly mod on top of it, you bring it up to effectively like a 90% chance per bullet or something like that. Even if it's a good enough Firefly, you could just bring it up to 100 if you're lucky. That gun is stupid. I like that. There's a revolver called the Pestilent Defiler in Borderlands 1. Games are so complicated nowadays. This game is like 15 years old, almost. It's 14 years old. I misspeak. Borderlands 1 was 2009, I think. It might be 2008. It might be 15 this year. I don't think so, though. It's just one of my all-time favorites. I know this game too well. Pestilent Defiler's it's a caustic revolver, the poison damage. I just carry that thing around for armor because it also has like, it's a revolver, so it's good crit damage. You get the acid effect. It's just a good, I like it. That double anarchy that I mentioned, and then my favorite sniper in Borderlands 1 is the Orion. It's a shock sniper that has good damage, has the shock effect for like zapping shields and everything. But then on top of that, its unique effect is that when you shoot a bullet and it hits something, literally anything, the bullet splits off into like 5 projectiles that scatter out. So you just end up like shotgun spraying sniper bullets everywhere using that thing, and it's shock, so you're just destroying shields. That thing is nuts. Those are like my 4 favorite weapons for her. I was gonna say all of them elemental. The Anarchy's not, but because she has the SMG damage and stuff with her class mods, certain builds, you can really shred things with the double Anarchy. It's a good time. I wish I knew Borderlands 2 as well as I know Borderlands 1. Which really is just a matter of like, go play Borderlands 2, but I never revisit 2. I always go back to 1 for some reason. Because Borderlands 2 definitely does have, like, just such a good amount of depth to it. I've just never played it enough to learn it inside out that kind of way. There's something nice about the simplicity of the first game compared to the second one and onward. Whoa. The first one feels more like I can just boot it up and chill out now that I have learned it. Because it's one of those games like, yeah, once you know some of your favorite items and you've played a character once or twice, you kind of just know the game. Like, you just kind of learn it in a couple playthroughs. Borderlands 2, I've been playing that game for like 10, 11 years at this point. I still don't, I feel so clueless every time I replay Borderlands 2. I just kind of go with the flow. It's a little harder for me to plan stuff out in that game. What was the, I never know with each of the games, but Borderlands always puts the thing in their trailers. It's like how many possible gun combinations there are in their games. They'll always be like 10 bazillion combinations. They don't, it's not a real measurement. They always just say stupid shit. But, yeah, those games are so fun. Just because their loot system makes those games fun. Their skill system is good. Like, just the build diversity's enjoyable in those. But, like, the loot system in Borderlands keeps those so addictive. I actually saw, I think it was on, like, Nexus mods or something. There's a mod for Elden Ring that makes the loot, like, Diablo style. Which, if you've never played a Diablo game, what it means is, like, rather than enemies having specific drop tables, like, rather than this guy just dropping items that he uses, they can really drop any weapon in the game with just, like, an insanely large drop table, all with super low chances. And even when they do drop stuff, they'll have, like, random modifiers on it. So, like, in the case of Elden Ring, you might randomly get, like, whoa, what is with this stutter? Jesus. You might randomly get a katana that just has, like, plus 20% magic damage on it. Like, random modifiers like that to make it stand out from the rest of the loot pool, make it more unique. And I love the idea of playing Elden Ring with that kind of loot system. It would make it an entirely different game. Just changing the loot in that way, it would change the way that I approach playing the whole game. I can't specifically plan, like, oh, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna farm this weapon, get this weapon, whatever. It's just like, I'm gonna play the game, beginning to end, you know, explore the open world as much as I want, just go straight through the remembrance bosses as much as I want, whatever. But as I go, I'll just see what weapons, what armor I get dropped, and I'll see what is best for me to use at any given time. It would make it such a different experience. And I grew up playing a lot of ARPGs. I played Diablo 1 and 2 on my dad's work computer growing up. I played Borderlands on, like, the Xbox 360 growing up. 1 and 2. Like, I got addicted to Path of Exile while I was in college. That was when I first went and moved to Florida. I got addicted to Path of Exile. Hundreds of hours of my time gone to that game. It's just, like, genuinely, I don't know what my playtime is on it, on Steam. But, like, holy shit. Games with that sort of loot system, where you can plan out, like, your stat build. Like, here, I would still have this to mess with, as far as a build goes. But then having that, like, completely random loot that makes it so that I'm like constantly changing my gear as I go through my run. That sort of shit is so addictive for me. I don't know why. Because I think it's also just like, because you also have your own stats to like spec out and build. In Elden Ring, for example, using that sort of mod, it would still be like, okay, I'm kind of limited to strength weapons because I'm gonna put all of my stats into strength. So then it makes it so that when you do randomly get like a strength weapon with insane modifiers on it, really good damage, like all that stuff. It's such a... I don't know how to describe it. It's just such a, like, dopamine hit when you finally get something like that to drop. Because then you found the perfect weapon. You know, stuff like that. I get hooked on those games so easily. I played EVE Online for, like, I think 3 hours or so. I tried to get into it because I thought that the market stuff was cool, but I never got too deep into it. I kind of fell away from it fairly early on. It seems like a cool game, though. It's just, I never got too deep in. It is, like, just in terms of, I guess, like, the technical aspect of the game, it is super cool. developed in Iceland? Really? There's game devs in Iceland? That's one of those countries that you never hear Iceland when it comes to like the games industry. Except for I think John Romero lives in Iceland now. Like I think when he quote unquote retired, because he retired, but he also moved to like, I think it was Iceland or Greenland. It was one of those, I'm pretty sure. With his wife. They moved there and retired for like a year before they were like, never mind, we both love developing games so much. And they opened their own development studio there. Sounds like the most toxic game ever when you get too deep in the sauce. I'm so damn sure the community is terrible. Do you know a lot about it, Mikkel? It's a really interesting game. I feel like nowadays it might be kind of toxic because I feel like it's been running for like, what, 20 years now? It's like a 20-year-old thing. I feel like at this point, the majority of players who are probably on it have been playing it at least on and off for like the majority of its lifespan. Sort of like how nowadays, there's not many like old school RuneScape players who didn't play RuneScape like pre-2007. There are some noobs, like there are people who got into RuneScape like after old school was developed and released. It's not like they don't exist, but the majority of people you'll run into on it are definitely like people who have been playing for a really long time. It's why scamming on RuneScape really doesn't work anymore. It does occasionally, but like, not really. There's not enough people on RuneScape anymore who are dumb enough to get scammed. A game with a real marketplace, an anarchy type. It is kind of like an anarchy type beat. Now you say it, because it's just like completely player controlled economy, clans, factions, like everything. It is kind of, but I think that's what makes it so cool. Like, I think one of the coolest parts of RuneScape is that the economy is completely player-driven, right? It's really cool. There are so few items in the world, in, like, old school at least. I've never played the newer RuneScape. I know that, like, RuneScape 3, I think it is a thing. But I've never touched it once in my life. But at least in, like, old school, just the fact that, like, literally every item on the market is being sold by another player. And, sorry, I'm just making sure that this hasn't dropped. It's not the S stock. That's not what I'm looking for. For a second, I saw 2 gold swords. I'm like, are you shitting me? Yeah, it's not these. But now I'm kind of like, but, if it's, am I farming the wrong guys? Let me look. Could you imagine? Oh, there goes the game. Is my game in full screen again? It must be. Elden Ring, Wandering Nobles. Yeah, what I'm looking for is the Noble's Slender Sword. Okay, yeah, it's the same enemy type that drops them. They can either, the Noble's S stock is a 0.5% too. Chat, the drop chance for the S stock and the sword that I'm looking for are the same. So 2 times we've rolled that chance, but we've just gotten the wrong sword. That makes it even worse that it's been taking me this long to get this sword to drop. The fact that twice I've rolled a sword on the same chance, but it was just the wrong one. This is terrible. Sounds like you're gonna have to go through so much shit if you're a top player. Oh yeah, like if you're someone who's, you know, eating good on a game like EVE Online, people are gonna be out to get you, man. If you're one of like the biggest, like richest players on that game, It's an MMO, so word will get around. Especially an MMO that's been going for that long and the community has just shrunk over time, right? Word will get around. People will know of your username. You better hope that they never see you flying around out there. It is a really cool game, though. Do I have a silver scarab? No. The silver scarab doesn't drop until what's it? Yeah, we were talking about it the other day because Mikkel was talking about it. Isn't it the snowfields is where you get it? The silver one? I did try to use some silver pickled foul feet, and they lasted for all of like, what was it? It's like 2 minutes each on those. So I got like 2 cycles with them. It's just, ugh. They were super easy to grab those 2 though, because they were literally like just at the backside of what's it, the first step building. You just go over there and grab them, and there's 2 of them in one spot. So I just yoinked those thinking like, oh, you know, maybe it will help. No. It really didn't. Games with smaller communities, every top player is gonna know every top player. Yeah, it's like from other competitive games, how much toxicity goes on behind the scenes like that. Yeah, I was just about to say fighting game scenes have that a lot. Like a lot. You've officially wasted an hour on this crap. Bro, I know. This is like one of the worst. This might be the worst item farm I've ever done in Elden Ring. I think we could call it official that it is the worst item I've ever had to farm in this game. Because keep in mind, I farmed it for about an hour on stream the other day too, or I tried to. So I spent about 2 hours just running it over and over, trying to get it to drop, and it just hasn't. It just hasn't. But like I keep saying, it's because the chance of it dropping is literally 1 in 200. And these guys have like a 50% chance to drop Roa fruit. So every time they do drop something, it's just that. You know, if anyone needs me to drop them some Roa fruit for any reason, like, I got you. I don't even want to look at the amount of it that I have in my inventory at this point. Ow. Aye. But yeah, fighting game scenes, and when I was playing Halo a lot, when you get up high enough on like ranked queue on Master Chief Collection for games like Halo CE or Halo 2, because I was always someone who liked the older games more from a competitive standpoint. I was like the max rank on Halo CE, and you start just playing like the same group of 20 or so people, because it's 2v2 on CE, and you all kind of just know, like, when someone pops up, like, you know you've played against them, you know how you stand against them. Like, there would be guys that I would see and I was like, oh, easy clap. But there would also be guys that I saw and I was like, well, shit, I'm getting rolled this match. Because even at max rank, then you start getting into just like, how good are they in like an actual competition standpoint. And that's when it gets, like, even when you're all at the max rank on, like, the ranked playlist, there's still so much of a discrepancy between your skill. Because there were some dudes on that playlist who I'm like, this guy must have been playing at, like, you know, LAN tournaments back in 2004, I swear to God. Like, this dude is insane. His map control. At that level, your aim is all, like, yeah, your aim is pretty equal across the board at that kind of rank. It's more just about, like, game sense, map control, all that sort of stuff. keeping your cool throughout the match. PvP type games where top players are queuing up in matchmaking to snipe other top players. Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. Type of shit people be talking on Discord. Get his screenshot and call him some words I cannot say in your chat. I mean, I wouldn't know any such community. Oh, dude, I can get into that, actually, but... Top players in Melee snipe on ladder and clown each other in Discord servers. Yeah, I've heard Melee, like the competitive scene, can get pretty toxic. But apparently the Smash Ultimate scene is pretty good, from what I've heard. Like, apparently the Ultimate players are pretty chill, but the Melee guys are not. I died! Yeah, so... Friend of the show, Sam, right? He used to play Rust a lot, and we used to make a lot of jokes about it, because Rust has one of the worst communities. And, like, people even commonly know that Rust has one of the worst communities. But most people think that it only goes as far as, like, oh, because there's VoIP and, like, no moderation on that game, everyone just runs around screaming the N-word at each other. And that's actually a true thing. Like, if you ever actually go play Rust on public servers, that's all it is. Genuinely. Like, unmoderated or public servers, that's just the entire game. Truly. But it gets so much worse than that. Because Sam started playing, like, at a competitive level. Like, scrimming, he was on a team, like, everything. And, dude, those kids were insane. Because they're all, like, 15, too. Because a game that's that toxic, like, but very few adults are playing that shit because they just don't want to put up with it, right? Like, they don't have the energy for it. They don't care for it. They just won't play if that's, like, all that the community offers, sort of thing. It's all kids. But they all are, like, doxing each other constantly by, like, hacking each other off the damn server. They're DDoSing each other for wins like crazy. They would SWAT each other mid-scrim. Again, they would hack each other's, like, info off the server. And they would get their IP address, get their address from that, and they would SWAT each other mid-match so that they would win. Like, the community is so much worse on that game than even the general public thinks. Once you get beyond just, like, playing on public servers, it somehow gets worse. It's crazy. It's always the damn 15-year-olds who are going to be insane at the game. Swatting mid-match is next level insane. Really, and it's literally just to win scrims. Like, that was all it was for. Even if they weren't playing for money, they would do it. Like, playing for money, it's like, it's insane. But at least, you know, you're kind of like, okay, well, they did it for money. It makes sense why they would do it. Doing it in scrims is actual next level batshit. You don't really gain anything from winning a scrim. You don't. Like, it's crazy that they would do that. God damn, man. I'm starting to get the gambler fallacy going here, where I'm like, okay, I've been doing it for so long that, like, it's going to drop. It's gonna drop soon. The fact that it hasn't dropped yet means that it's about to drop. You know, it has to drop. God damn it. Every time I kill one of them that has it in their hand, and he drops Roa fruit, I die a little bit on the inside. Hold on. None of these three even have it. Let's just try to make the farm, like, hyper efficient at this point. I'm kind of beyond done with it. It's not like I'm getting meaningful amounts of runes from it. Okay, so the guys with the hats carry the S stock, right? At least it seems like. Yeah, he had one. You can tell by the handle on it. Actually, wait. No, he had the slender sword. Yeah, no, I actually kind of have to. I remember trying to do the torrent thing before, but those two with the fuzzy robe, I can't remember what they're called, but those two dudes with the big, long, curved swords. They're just like, oh, you think you can farm this quick and easy? Absolutely not, no. Someone getting clowned on in a scrim, and then they call the canines. Bro, it's so crazy. The Rust community is so much worse than people think. It's why when I see people say, like, you know, most toxic gaming communities, League of Legends, I'm like, they don't know. They must just not know that Rust is a video game that exists. Like, they can't know. Like, League is toxic. But to say that it beats that out, it just doesn't. At least as far as I know, maybe I just don't know shit about League. But I don't think they're doing that shit. Hands down, worst gaming community that I know of has to be Rust. And there's no competition for it. No. I don't know the Discord degeneracy that League has going on. Yeah, I don't either, but like, it just can't be worse. You know, like, it can't be, right? Surely. Also, hello, Finn. Welcome to I'm losing my sanity trying to farm a sword that has a 1 in 200%, or 1 in 200 chance to drop. League is ridiculously toxic. Well, we were talking about Rust. They are known, like, at the high level of the game. At the low level of the game, it's just, like, the servers aren't moderated. So, if you're just playing, like, casually even, it's just a bunch of, like, 14-year-old kids running around screaming the N-word at you the whole time you play. So, on that level even, it's pretty toxic. But then, if you get into, like, high level at all, one of my buddies was, they're doing shit like doxing each other, like DDoSing during scrims, swatting during scrims, like hacking each other's info off the server. Like, they get insanely toxic on Rust at the higher level. It's so crazy. Ever since finding out about just all of that, I've been like, there can be no other community as toxic as this. I refuse to believe that another gaming community like this exists. Ugh. Shit, I ran out of stamina. Drop me the sword, not the S-Stock, the slender sword. Literal end of the world survival game. Yeah, it is. I don't like to play games like that anymore. Some of them aren't bad. Like, if you go play Halo, even if you get up to, like, the highest rank, the people on there are chill. Like, you'll start recognizing names and stuff and, like, talking in the lobby to other people who, like, recognize you after matches and matches. And they're just, like, they're just down to be homies. You can legit, like, on at least the older Halo games, the ones that I always play on matchmaking, which I haven't played in a while, but you'll be, like, max rank, the skill-based rank, I mean, playing against these guys, and you can, like, beat them 50 to 20. Like, you can just roll them, and still at the end, they'll just be like, GG. They're like, the sportsmanship is great. They're all chill. It's why when I see games like Counter-Strike, League, Rust that are like insanely toxic, I'm like, why? Why do we have to be like this? I don't get it. Ah! Not even a shield can protect against that. What the hell? Is when I know the type of shit big YouTubers in some of those toxic games say, and they still have riding fans always taking their side. No comment. I definitely do not come from a community with any of that going on. Nope. No comment. None at all. Not zombies, bro. I think that I was like one of the only people. I know that like Russian and Rabbit both get into it here and there. Still to this day they'll talk about it. But I was like one of the very few people who would just like go on stream and start calling bitches out, like other creators, for being pieces of shit behind the scenes. I would straight up just name people and be like, yeah, this dude, absolute scum. Like, behind the scenes, off cam, just such a piece of shit to everyone. I was out there. I was really doing it. Used to be COD gamer. Yeah, COD zombies, not the multiplayer side. Zombies specifically. And there were some zombies creators, like YouTubers and streamers, who were just abhorrent behind the scenes. Just insufferable. Just, like, the worst. Be going off in the GCs. Yeah, dude. Well, okay, I called out Steve that one time because Steve was shit-talking me behind the scenes. I up to that point, had never had any interaction with Steve. Like, I had always just thought, like, oh yeah, he's one of the most skilled players around, which he is. But I always had a lot of respect for Steve, and then all of a sudden, I get the message from someone else, someone ratting Steve out, being like, hey, just so you know, here's what this dude was saying. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Why is Steve shit-talking me? Steve had never even, like, spoken in my chat. I didn't know that Steve knew who I was. But he would, like, pop into my stream chat and, like, just lurk in it and stream it to, like, other Discord servers of... It was, like, high-rounding servers. Like, records and speedrunners and stuff. And they would just be clowning me in the background. And I would have no idea while I was live. Those bitches... I can't even remember some of their names. I would have known back then, but like the people that he was in the servers with, doing it with, I can't remember many of their names. There was a woman who was one of the worst ones. She was particularly noteworthy because she would actually start typing in my chat sometimes and talking shit, just on main. Steve was a grinder. Yeah. Well, Steve was like, Steve would disappear for months, and then a new map would drop, and Steve would come out of nowhere, like, without having spoken a word on his Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, anything for months. New map would drop, and Steve would be like, here's my 20-minute speedrun. Here you go. It would be like day 3 of the map being out. Steve would be like, yeah, I did it in 20 minutes. What about it? Like, he was so good at the game. But he was such a shitty person behind the scenes. Steve was one of the ones that rubbed me the wrong way. I know that I mentioned the Don before. He got into some crazy shit. The Don was like a whole other level. Like, shit talking me, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Like, but the Don. The Don said some shit. You ever see those videos about like those Discord communities that that would just do the most like absolutely batshit insane stuff? And you'd be like, how is this even real? Like, how does this happen on Discord? That was the Don's Discord. Like, he had one of those communities around him. And he was just, like, super transphobic on main, super racist on main. Like, he was a character. He didn't even keep it behind the scenes. Well, he kept the Discord stuff behind the scenes, but, like, he would just be on stream being like, yeah, these people shouldn't exist. And it would be like, yikes and a half, yeah. I held back only because I've been away from the zombies community for so long. But I saw the name of someone pop back up the other day on a Twitter thread. Like, I saw someone back on their main account that they had previously abandoned after getting exposed for some wild shit. Some grooming shit. I saw someone like that pop up on Twitter the other day, and I had to stop myself mid-type of just going, I was about to talk some shit on main. Because I was like, this person cannot come back. We cannot forget what this person did. Because that was some crazy shit. The worst part about that guy in particular is that I did a video with him like years ago. I think it was like 2019 or something. It wasn't my video. It wasn't on my channel. I was in a video that was also with him and the Don before the Don had his like hate speech arc, I guess I would call it. It was with the Don and a guy who got exposed for some assault and some grooming and other things. And I'm like, damn, that's still a public video. Because the guy whose video it is up. I didn't even know either of them before shooting that video, though. I just, like, got dropped into a Discord VC with them, and they were like, yeah, this is what we're doing. I'm like, okay, smile. You got interviewed at attorney. Whoa, hold on. The horseman is about to kill me. Man, I wish I could just get this sword. I really wish that I didn't have to do this. Accidentally dropped the N-word in an interview. Could you imagine? That's the way that you expose yourself. I know that I said like 30 minutes ago that I would give this like a few more minutes and then I would go do other stuff instead. But I just, like, I've been at it for so long, it has to drop, right? It has to. Beat that bitch with the shield. Oh. Oh, he didn't give a shit on stream? Okay. What fallacy are we going with today? This is, like, this is more the gambler's fallacy, where I'm like, okay, I've been at it for so long. It's not sunk cost, because immediately when I say that, it sounds like it's sunk cost. It's not, I've been at this for so long that now I'm just going to stick with it because I've already spent so long. It's not that. It's, I've been at it for so long and it hasn't dropped. Which means that it's going to drop any minute now. Surely. That's the headspace that I'm in right here doing it. It's gamblers. It's been this long with no slender sword drop, which means it must be right around the corner. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fine when it's just the nobles, but when these bitches come in and try to stop me, it's a pain in the ass. Okay. My guard counter got countered. Unbelievable. I need to get used to guard countering. It's something that I'm completely unfamiliar with. Because again, I've never really played a block build on Elden Ring. It's new for me to just hold L1. Which is why I'm still just like dodge rolling like crazy, because it's just the way that I play Elden Ring. It's the way I've always known to play Elden Ring. Sword guy's lethal to you. I just got 3 Kaiden set drops from 2 of them. I don't even know what the chances of that are, but I know that they're low. That's a really low chance of happening. I can tell you that much. Oh, brother. For every enemy I kill, the drop rate gets higher. It's not that, because I was a systems designer. I know. If there's one thing that I understand really well about chance, it's that the chance does not change across multiple roles unless it's hard-coded in the game too. I understand that. Like, if you're spinning a slot machine... Actually, no, slot machines do change the chances on you. Never mind. I went to a really interesting, what's it called? What's the word for it? Panel. I went to a really interesting panel at my school that was, like, optional, but I didn't have to pay to get in because of my degree program. Like, if they brought a panel through that was, like, super directly applicable to your degree, they would make it so that you didn't have to pay for a ticket. You would just get, like, they had a bunch of reserved seats that you could just say, like, yeah, I want to go. And that was one of these things that I went to, right? I went to a panel where it was all about, it was someone who worked in the gambling gaming industry, because they just call it the gaming industry, hilariously. That's what the gambling, like, slot machine industry is called. It's also just called the game industry. Fun fact. But it was a woman who worked in that industry for like 20 years making slot machines, like designing the systems and the math and the numbers all behind them. And when you would do it, you'd get contracted by like a casino or a slot machine company, one or the other, because sometimes casinos want to make their own machines. It's not common, but it happens apparently. I didn't know that before. And they'll have, like, such specific margins, right? Like, if you... And when you make the machine and they start running tests on it, it'll be, like, they will have a certain amount of wins that they want that machine to produce within 1,000 spins. And if you don't get within that margin, and it will be a really tight margin. Like, say that they'll say, like, for every 1,000 spins, we want, like, 5 to 7 wins. It's a ridiculous example, but, like, just for the sake of example. They'll say something like that. Like, it has to be within such a small margin. And if you don't get it right, they'll either just say, like, we aren't going to pay you until you make the machine work as specified, or they'll just drop your contract. Like, they are insanely specific about, like, the chances. The slot machines are completely, like, to a T, engineered so specifically for the casino, the house to always win overall. They will give out little wins over time, just enough to keep you hooked, because also when you work on slot machines, apparently, you will work with, and this happens in the gaming industry too, at least it's starting to become less of a thing in the industry, but when loot boxes were in their prime, they would bring in, like, those same kind of addiction specialists, like, to rate how addictive to the human brain your game will be, your system will be. And they'll try to get it as addictive as possible. Like, they'll try to find that perfect middle ground between giving you just enough wins, but also winning themselves overall, right? It's fucked. It's the biggest reason I never want to go to, like, gamble again. I did it once. I lost $200 in a night. I had the fun casino experience. I'm out. I'm done. I've in school, I also, for my systems design 2 course, we did, like, about a week on just slot machine design. Funny enough, my degree I could go work on slot machines with my degree because I have an emphasis on systems design. And I have like extra certification in it. I could go and get a job working on slot machines. And apparently it's a pretty lucrative career. Who would have thought? Scamming people legally is pretty lucrative. But I do not have silver pickled feet. Please, we did get a couple, but they last for like 3 minutes each. So I'll kind of spend like as long going and getting one of the feet, if not longer, than I'll get back in terms of like how long it will be active for the farm. Like a silver scarab would be worth it, but they're so late in the game compared to me being in Limgrave right now that even that, it's like at that point, like by the time I'd be able to get the silver scarab, I would have to like upgrade another weapon. Or just be a god gamer, which I'm not. I would have to upgrade other weapons before then. And then just, you know, come back and try to get it with my silver scarab. But at this point, I might just say, you know what? The default sword works for me. And I might just go for it, man, because this is ridiculous. Maybe I just stick with this little silver sword. Because this is insane. They keep you winning just enough. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Like, because I studied what goes into making it, I don't think I can ever, like, be comfortable going to a casino again. Because at the time that I went, I hadn't taken these courses or these panels yet. But now, I'm like, I don't think I can ever, like, comfortably go and spend money in a casino. Because I studied, like, how all that shit works for school. And I just don't think I'll ever be able to bring myself to go and, like, put money into a slot machine. It's just not a thing that's going to happen for me, most likely. Because while every machine is different, like, I understand the broad concept of, like, how particular it all is and how it works. And it's just, like, knowing or having a general idea of what those numbers are like, I don't think I could ever genuinely go and do it. You know what? What's the scaling on the broadsword at max? Give me. Let me pull up the wiki. Elden Ring broadsword. We're determining if this thing is worth keeping. I already got it to +3. So. Oh wait, what if do they have a wiki page that's just straight swords? Hold on. Extra Life apparently has a video talking about every straight sword in detail. They do! Here, let me pull this over, just so that it's not you staring at the game. You can at least see what I'm looking at here. Oh, they don't have... Oh, wait, they do have their scaling. But this is at base, isn't it? This is their base. Oh, I'm gonna have to open them separately if I want to see it at max. Damn! Alright, well, this works. Let's see. These are all the straight swords in the game. So this is what I was going for, the Noble Slender Sword. It gets an E on Dex and a C on, or sorry, an E on Strength and a C on Dex, but like by default. Do you think there are better odds on the machine that you pay more money to play? The odds do change as you play on slot machines, and it depends a lot on the machine. Generally speaking, I don't even want to say that out loud. I'm not going to say that out loud. Gambling addiction is a real thing. I do not need to be speaking those words. Wait, the coded sword only scales faith. Interesting. Whoa. Hold on now. E on both is pretty terrible, actually. What is this? What is this? Oh, wait. Oh, intelligence and faith. Oh, I would have to bring it up to 24 intelligence. Hell no. For a second, I was like, 4 stats? But no, Sword of Night and Flame will not fit. Crit. What is boost? What does boost mean? Oh, no. Go back to name. Oh, shit. It wasn't organized by name. Refresh the page. I'm gonna need some real Elden Ring gamers. What is boost? What is this stat that I'm seeing here? What is this number? Hold on, if I look in-game... Where would I even see that? Where is... Oh, guard boost. Guard boost. So is that, on guard counters? My game is in full screen. I just saw it black. Why does this game... This is the only game that's been doing it to me, but every single time since we've started playing Elden Ring again, it has started setting itself to full screen when it's supposed to be borderless. I don't know why it's been doing that, but it has been. So I'm assuming guard boost might be a damage, I don't want to say multiplier, but a factor in running the numbers behind how much damage I deal on a guard counter, right? What is this? Warhawk's Talon? This might be a winner. It had D and C at base. That's pretty good. I don't know if that really fits the Paladin theme visually. By defeating Warhawks? What enemy is this? Oh, shit. I would have to farm these things? Are you kidding me? It's the sword from their feet. Okay, that's pretty funny, actually. Hold on. So, where's the stat table? There we go. At plus 25 Sacred. Ew. It goes down to E and D scaling when you put Sacred on it, but gets pulled up with a B in Faith, which I am going to be pumping Faith, of course. But E and D on a quality... Like, I'm looking for a quality weapon that I'm then going to put Faith on. I think I at least want to get D on both, right? I want to have D scaling on both stats. Let's look at the broadsword at plus 25. Because this is what I have right now. This is what the Confessor starts with. This would have E and C. Oh, we can't keep this, boys. We absolutely can't keep the broadsword. That idea has gone out the window now. That idea is gone. E, and C? Absolutely not. No. No, thank you. What about the longsword? When I searched up the broadsword, one of the autofills was broadsword versus longsword. Let's see. E, and B. It would be slightly better. I guess at this point, I'm just going to be looking at all of them. Sacred, EEB. I should have done new tab again. EEC. Quality straight swords. Kind of hard to come by, huh? Kind of hard to come by. This I have in my inventory. I have a couple of these Lord Sworn straight swords. They ain't it either, man. They ain't it. Man, is there a good quality straight sword in Elden Ring? It's not looking too good. But I think it's also because the Sacred enhancement drops these stats. Probably just a balance thing when you start adding faith damage on, right? But it is like, I want to get the most damage scaling I can. See, like, this is an EDB, so it's still got an E. But a D and a B with the tiny bit from the E on top of it. This is what I was farming for. That's, like, from what I saw, that's about as good as it gets, which is really shit. That's, like, the best quality straight sword. If you're putting Sacred on it, that is. Yeah, like this ain't it. Cane sword is a no. Is the crystal sword a straight sword or magic? Hold on. It would be on this chart. The rot... Yeah, crystal sword's on here. This would be intelligence, no? Or sorry. The crystal sword? Yeah, it is intelligence. Oh, yeah, you can't even put an enhancement on this. Oh, yeah, it's a unique, so to speak. I call them uniques. What is the terminology for these swords that use sombers? There has to be, like, a term for them. I've been calling them uniques. It's like one-of-a-kind weapons, in my mind, that use the sombers. Whereas, like, the standard weapons will just use somber weapons. Yeah, okay. This is also... Carrion Knight's sword cannot be enhanced. Uses sombers, I guess? Doesn't say that it uses sombers, but... It can't be enhanced, and it has intelligence, so it's... Oh, it is... You use sombers, never mind. I was looking in the wrong place. So from this point down, are they all going to use sombers? Because it kind of seems like that's the case. Yeah. So it might be like from the Warhawk's Talon up. These are our options. So the Noble Slender is kind of the best quality straight sword that I could get for stat scaling. Which just sucks. It just sucks, right? That's as good as it gets. It's really unfortunate. We giving up on the sword? I pulled up the tables to start looking at. Because I was like, maybe there's something I missed. You know, maybe there's a better sword to go for that won't be as much of a pain in the ass. But... yeah, the sword that I was already farming, like, I did good research the first time. Any weapon with a weapon art is going to use sombers. I don't remember what was the best scaling-wise outside of the Slender Sword, because it's such a pain in the ass to get. It's such a crazy pain in the ass to get. This wasn't a somber weapon, was it? I think this was just a standard. Yeah, this is a standard one. It does come with a an ash. I don't know if wait, where was it? Spinning Slash is a like unique ash to this weapon. It doesn't sound like it. But then like this one just comes with Glintstone Pebble, but that's a somber weapon. It's a rule that has exceptions. I can see that much, at least. Yeah, what sucks is that I really am already trying to get the best one. I didn't make a mistake, unfortunately. Perfect Paladin. Well, I was like, I saw a Templar build, so that's, you know, kind of the right idea, but... all game build, I won't do it. I won't succumb to the build guide made for me right there. I won't do it. I'll figure it out myself, bastard. Just cheated it in. I don't want to cheat it in, but they made it such a pain in the ass to get it. There's no point for it being this hard to get from a drop. There's genuinely no reason. What sucks is that I've gotten multiple S-stocks, same drop chance. Just, I can't get the Slender Sword. It's gonna be great when it drops. Oh, I didn't know that Elden Ring did the reduced animations with distance. That's the first time I've ever noticed it. It was super noticeable there. What I'm saying is they reduced the frame rate to like 20 or something on animations from super far away so that it doesn't use as many resources. That's the only time I've ever noticed Elden Ring doing it. Oh, I should have guard countered. Yeah, I'm really not used to this kind of setup. The whole, you know, playing Elden Ring with a shield thing, still foreign. Sword? No, of course not. Of course you couldn't drop me a sword, bitch. Do you think it would be faster to just farm the one guy in this group of 4? There's one guy carrying it around right there. It would make it a lot easier to do the run back. I'm kind of thinking, like, is it worth it to go up to that group and try to pick off, like, the 3 guys up there that have one, and then have to do the super long run back because I'm still technically in combat? Or I could just zip back and forth, get this guy right here. I don't know which would be faster on paper. This doesn't feel faster. That's for sure. But maybe it's just because it's so much less. It has Selena in it. It's so close to the large group, it's underground. Wait, here? Are you saying there's a Grace closer to these guys? No way, that isn't slower. It felt slower when I actually tried it. Oh my god, was that a Grace right there? The ruins? Oh, I thought I saw the light there. Hold on. The waypoint ruins have a Grace? Like up here? Hold on. Oh, do I have to kill something here to get the Grace? Possibly. I could do that. It would speed things up to have a closer Grace. Or is it just down there? Torrent. Oh, I'll have to kill a boss. Okay, it's whatever. Hello, big Pumpkinhead. I love that Pumpkinhead is genuinely their name. Because that's what I would have called them if they weren't, or if their name wasn't displayed or anything. Or even probably if they just had a name displayed and it was something else, I would probably call them Pumpkinhead. Oh, come on. I won't risk it. I'm not here to waste time. Give me a Grace, please. 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 Grace. This might be faster. We'll see. We'll see. This is a good thing to know about. That there's one right here. Oh, my boy died to the Pumpkinhead. Imagine. Omega Law. Bad gamer. Couldn't be me. What a scrub. Am I right? Died to Pumpkinhead. Oh no, you have an S-Stock. Okay. He's not one we want to kill. I have to look really close. He is one. That one with the golden sword in the middle there. This guy has one. They both have one. God damn it. Row of fruit every time, man. Okay, so it's just like the 3 right there. You can torrent out the tunnel. Can I actually? It's definitely not worth it to like use torrent going down the tunnel. But if I can use torrent coming out, then I will. Going down, he just weirdly gets stuck. Oh, maybe. Hold on. I just maybe gotta find the right spot. It's so weird that you can bring torrent down here. You're telling me I can summon torrent in here too? It just doesn't feel right to be able to. The Elden stutter. Alright, you bitches. I don't need you. I need you. You guys right in the middle. You're the ones. Then we run it back. And then we run it back. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, getting back down is a lot wonkier. Why am I two-handing my shield again? How do I keep accidentally doing that? Ugh. This is absolutely the single worst item I've had to get in Elden Ring. Made so much worse by the fact that, like, I can't even really rune farm while I'm doing it. Like, you know, farms that take a while are a pain in the ass no matter what, but, like, if you're at least getting something else out of it along the way, it's not as bad. It's just not that kind of farm, though. Oh, that's an S stock. Man, it's so hard to tell, because it's literally just the handle, like, at a glance that's different. Oh, goddamn. This does seem faster. Just zipping in and out on Torrent from this site of grace. We have made it more efficient, for sure. God, I wish I didn't need this sword. Like, I don't need it, but I really want it. It's already not a great sword. I don't want to use something worse. It's a gold sword, so it just fits. It's like, oh yeah, I'm a paladin. My sword is golden. You know, while I buff myself with golden vow, and I have a golden shield. Like, it just fits. I so wish that this wasn't the sword. That this was not the one. Chop this bitch. Ow. Chop these bitches. Hope that they drop my 1 in 200 chance sword. But they never would. Why would they do that? Okay, chat, how long would it take me? Let's be realistic here. How long would it take me to get to the Silver Scarab? Let's think here. From where I am right now, I have to go and get the lift medallions. And then I have to use the lift. I can run pretty much straight to Landell. I would have to fight the draconic sentinel. Tree sentinel, right? I would have to fight Piss Ghost. And then I would be there. Biggest problem with that plan is just my skill issue. You have to take the skill issue in mind. All the time used to do that, might as well keep doing this. Mickle, what was the number again? I know what the number on the scarab is. What's your starting item discovery at? Can I just see that here? It doesn't look like it. What's the player's default to beating Beast? Would take me 4-ish hours. Oh, Elden Beast. I was like, Beast. 100 is your default item discovery. And the Scarab boosts it by 75, correct? Torrent, hang in there. Oh my god. Torrent can't hang. Oh my god. It's a 75% increase in essentially your luck stat. It's a pretty good increase, man. I gotta say, that's a pretty good increase. Oh, Morgott and Castle Soul. Oh, god damn it. Yeah. Ugh. I would not get past Morgott without a lot of, like, rune farming and stuff. I just wouldn't. Again, you have to take the skill issue into account. I'm not going to be beating Morgott at like level 30. It's just, I'm not that guy. That's why we do fun builds. That's why we try to make good, fun builds. It's because I have a skill issue. So I make up for it by playing the numbers and the stats game. And balancing it out. Any armor that increases your arcane? Don't believe so. Yeah, I wouldn't have to do Malekith. We would have to get to the snowfields. With what I'm saying. Brother. Every time I rested, my health was still getting hit by that attack. Even while skipping hours, the attack keeps going. This one scary ass flower. God damn it. Grow a fruit! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Do we dare look at how much row of fruit I have from doing this? Damn, man. $486 row of fruit. Oh. Can you sell your fruits? Where? Where do you can sell crafting items in this game? Would it be worth anything? Because, like, I mean, if I've got, like, a decent amount of runes worth of fruits, then, like, yeah, sure. No reason not to. Oh, I look like that. Yikes. Can't wait until, April 16th when I don't look like that. It'll be a good time. Don't even know if you can sell them, let alone where. Damn. Don't be giving me hope like that, man. Ow! What the fuck? Well, they didn't drop it. You know, maybe dying, chat, maybe that's the big brain efficient strat here. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe I just die every time. Thoughts? Load time's pretty quick. I would dare say quicker than riding back. Just thinking out loud a bit here. It's not like they're dropping a meaningful amount of runes. You know, doing this gets me like 40 runes per cycle. Now that I'm doing it the ultra efficient way. Aren't there 3 of them? There's no way I got all of them. But I did at the same time. Of course when I want to die, I don't. What is this? Just go to your map and restart. You can't do it when you're in combat. So I have to run back unless I clear all of them out every time. Dying animation takes so long, plus loading screen. Well, that time it didn't increase the efficiency. But when I get, like, absolutely rolled, like I do about half the time by, like, all of the horse, or just the guys with the bigger swords coming in all at once, it's definitely faster when it all comes together the right way. It's absolutely a time save. Wait, you guys, I need to actually pick up my loot. That was an S stock? Oh, because it was, okay, it was one of those guys. I was like, wait a second. All right. Yeah, for a second I thought that one of the dudes with their hair, visible, not wearing the little hat, those are the guys that I'm farming. Those are the guys that have the sword. And the pickup for the S stock that I got there. Also a 0.5% chance, by the way. Just let it be known. Yep. I thought that I had been farming the wrong guys. I was about to be so pissed. At least let me pick up my item. Even though it's not going to be the sword, just at least let me get it. Well, that wasn't even the right guy. God damn it. Which dudes with the hair? They have black hair. There's only like 3 of them in this entire group. Which is why I'm like zipping in and out, or just zipping in, slicing, and then letting myself die. See how much faster it is to do it this way? Like when it works, sometimes they take a while to kill me. But when it works, I definitely save time by not riding back every attempt. That guy. This guy. I think there's actually 2 of them back here. Yeah, that guy. Those are the 3. Oh, he dropped Roa fruit. The bastard. God damn it. Okay. Thank you, Torrent. Oh, this is the worst farm I've done in this game. Hands down, the worst. I do not wish this farm on anyone. This is just shit. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it. You're not even letting me get the last one. Oh, the other guy dropped something. I need you all to calm down for just a moment. Roa fruit. Alright, take my life. I think King Wee Wee is one of my favorite quest bosses so far. He's great. I don't remember what his shield gimmick is, but I know that he drops a shield. You can see whether the loot on the ground is a rare item or just crafting material. Would the sword be a rare item, though? Because, like, yeah, it's a 0.5% drop, but it's just a standard weapon. Which is why I keep saying, this is ridiculous, considering, like, what I'm trying to get. You know, I'm not here trying to farm, like, the best weapon in the game. It's actually kind of the opposite, if I'm being honest with you. Wait, do these 2 back here? Oh, they don't even have... These 2 back here run and hide in the bushes. They don't even have a sword. Anything that isn't a crafting material? Oh, really? So there's only 1 guy here with a sword. We all saw that, right? With the sword that I'm looking for. Plenty of S stocks. That's why I've been getting S... Oh, no, there's 2. There's 2. There's 2 of them with the sword that I'm looking for. That's a crafting item, eh? Hello? Very quick health regen and plus 15% health. Not bad. That would be a really good one for Mordecai. Specifically. But didn't you went back to playing Lilith, you're not playing Mordecai now? And slice. Jesus Christ. So, okay, there's the second guy. Ruin fragment. If it's not a Roa fruit, it's a ruin fragment. Why do I take so long to get up? That is both. That is both. Google. Hold on. I have gone to Google. There's no way that this is a 5-minute video. Alright. Why not? Let's see what Ikiga has to say. Best place to farm noble slender sword. There are 7 nobles. It's down in Chole. Is this... Was it Dream Master that mentioned this spot before? I swear to God, man. How is this a 5.5-minute video? At 241 discovery, took 4 trips to get 1 sword. Let's do the math. I could expect to do it in like 12 trips. Wait, so these guys... Who is it in The Last of Us, Left 4 Dead? Is it Nick? Looks like there's been a change of plans. I might get more runes here too, like we were saying before. I remember searching last time and being like, where do I get this? And someone was like, oh, the spot in Limgrave right next to the Agheel Lake has that big group with a bunch of them. But then the more that I started to like learn per run of that farm, I was like, wait a second, there's only like 2 guys here that actually have the sword I want. 3 doing the really long one, 2 doing the shorter version. This spot has 7. So we should be able to do it with much more efficiency here. Wait, where is this? Ah, there we go. If only I had gone for the YouTube video before. I went for like a Reddit thread before. Because I've always said it about gaming Reddits. You know where all the people who are going to know the most about the game are going to be? They're going to be the dudes who are genuinely answering questions on Reddit. Like actually just trying to help new players by answering those questions. Those are always going to be the dudes who know the most. It's such a consistent rule. I need the map for this place. Or I could just try to find it on my own. Also, who was that over there? Nah, I'm not gonna mess with that. Was it past this? I don't think it was. Is it back here a little bit? Where was this graveyard? Did I go past it? Oh, there's more of those knights. Those knights are gonna roll my shit. Where's the map? There, it's right there. I'll use the map. I mean, I was gonna have to get it anyway. But hold on. Plus 60% health boost with 159 capacity, 26 recharge rate, or 186 capacity, 41 recharge. Health increase 15%. That is kind of a weird one to weigh up. Because really, I guess what it comes down to, do you have Inner Glow maxed? Because it's weird with Lilith. In the sense of, I closed the video, damn it. I'll find the graveyard, it's somewhere right here. But the thing to consider with it is, I think it's the, I don't remember, is it called Diva? Her skill that gets you a 25% buff with all your shield capacity? Oh, it's right there. I did go way past it. Okay. Like, there's that, which makes her general best bet to just go for straight tankiness on your shield. But then also, with Inner Glow, it just boosts the amount that you can heal up using that. Ooh, I guess what I would say is, if you have other skills that are reducing your cooldown on phase walk, and I know that there's at least one of them that's just like a straight up cooldown, but I think she also has one somewhere on one of her trees that reduces her cooldown on it, based on how much damage you're dealing, like your damage output. Oh, is that when it's time for me to leave? Is that how I know when it's time to leave? Noted. I have hard to get, which is the cooldown too. I would maybe stick with the bigger health boost, because the capacity increase, the recharge increase is really nice. But it's not that much of a capacity increase, so you might get more value out of being able to regen your health. But it's also more active, like you have to actually put in the effort to regen. You have to manually do it, whereas the shield would passively do it. It's a genuinely weird one to weigh the differences between. Okay, so is it? Yeah, it's when I killed that guy. I just don't have, if I just don't kill that guy. Plus, he has an S-stock anyway. Ow. Well, I didn't get one shot, like I kind of expected to. Alright, I'll just ride back then. Okay, I at least found a much more efficient way to do this. I've locked the other shield so I don't accidentally sell it. Yeah, thank God for Enhanced Edition. Original Borderlands 1, they didn't have the, like, lock and junk system in the menu. There's a lot of things that the original Borderlands 1 didn't have that Enhanced Edition does, and it's like, thank God. Enhanced Edition brought so many quality of life improvements that came from 2 and onwards. Like the lock and trash system came in with 2. There was never a mini-map in the first Borderlands until Enhanced Edition. The HUD just looks a lot nicer, because the HUD used to be, like, really ugly. I can't really say a whole lot about it. But, if you have seen both, like, it's super noticeable just off of the HUD whenever you see gameplay of Borderlands 1, which version they're playing. Because the old one was way uglier. Like, it's just, you will immediately know what version just off the HUD alone when you watch it. I think the only graphics change in Enhanced Edition is the lighting. I think outside of that, everything stayed the same. It's not much of a remaster in that sense. But the quality of life stuff just makes it so that, like, for me, having both on Steam, there's no reason that I would ever play the original again. Because all I'm doing is just giving up all those quality of life improvements by playing the original. I'm trying to think. I know there's more. I know there's, like, one thing that I'm forgetting. And I just... oh, wait, he has... oh, no, he does have a sword, even though he has a little hat. He does have the slender sword. Man, that dude had 241 discovery, though. Which is crazy. Yeah, you have an S-stock. No reason to kill you. Like, I'm doing it with the flat default 100. So, it's gonna take me some more trips than his 4. But these trips are at least pretty quick, and absolutely way quicker than how I was trying to farm it before. It should not take much more time doing it this way. Oh wow, you can actually heavy off of the dismount for like an aerial heavy. Oh. Wait, okay. Does anyone know? I was thinking about this earlier this morning because it just randomly came to mind. Is there any info about the characters for Dead Island 2 yet? That's like public? Because that game comes out next Friday. And I didn't Google it. I just kind of had the thought, but I was working on something else at the time, so I didn't get to just like stop what I was doing and Google it real quick. But now Next Friday? Yeah. The 21st is Dead Island 2. I would like to know what the character, like, archetypes are gonna be if we have that info, just so that I have an idea of who to play. If they just stuck with, like, the old Dead Island archetypes, at least in the first game, Blades was the best, so I'd probably start with, like, the Blade-focused character. I can't remember her name, but she was just so good. Like, she was so by far the best class in the game. It reminded me of it when I was talking about the jump attack, because she had a perk that would just, like, double her damage if she was in the air. So you'd see people playing her, and they would constantly be bee-hopping around while fighting zombies, because it would just double her damage to do it. It was so funny. It was like you could put 3 skill points in, and every point was like a 33% boost. So people would just max it and get the double damage. And then on top of that, she had just a bunch of perks that were like, this much % damage boost with bladed weapons. This much % boost. And she didn't really have any downsides that I remember either. She was just the best character. The only thing about that, though, is that they probably wouldn't make a character that's that much better than everyone else again, doing the sequel. Like, in the original, the worst character was the one who used guns as, like, their main shtick. But maybe in the sequel, they put in more guns to make that kind of character work better. Like, we just won't know until the game is out, right? Because the problem with the original character that used guns was just Dead Island isn't really a game with many guns. Like, you don't get to use them very often at all. The game kind of is made around the melee combat. Come on. Gimme the drop. The runes aren't even a whole lot better here, unless I haven't been paying attention. Oh, they are a lot better. They're still just not substantial because the enemy is so weak. Like, we went from 19 runes per enemy to, like, 73, but it's still just 73 runes per kill. So it's still, like, yeah, it's better. It's a lot better, actually. It's just still nothing. Five times more than, like, 0.2 is still only 1. Even if it is a huge increase. It doesn't mean a whole lot. Anytime now, right? Anytime now. Hopium. Yeah, Dead Island 2 is gonna be a good time. I hope. I hope. I said it before, I'm not expecting some kind of high art. I'm not expecting the story to blow me away. I'm not expecting the gameplay to blow me away. Really, all I need it to be is just a game where you beat the shit out of zombies and level up and craft insane weapons that are overly goofy, and I'll be perfectly happy. Like, that's all I want. Is just like a new, you know, go around and beat zombies with melee weapons kind of RPG that's actually good. Dying Light 2. One that's actually good. I just haven't liked either Dying Light game, though. I'm weird like that. I know that everyone loved Dying Light 1. I've genuinely never completed Dying Light 1. I never played it all the way through. I've started, like, 4 different times, and every time I drop it, like, within a few hours, because I just get bored of it. I don't know what was different about Dying Light for me, but it just never clicked the way that Dead Island did. Dying Light 2 was a game. Truly. Truly one of the games. Chat, what are thoughts? I was thinking about this recently. But, like, after this Elden Ring character, the thoughts on doing other Soulsborne games just for, like, more casual streams. Like, if we did, like, Dark Souls. Obviously, if Bloodborne was on PC, I would do that because I know people love Bloodborne. But until Sony and FromSoft give me an accessible way, a pleasant way to play that game, I will not play it. Go on to Souls games when you beat XCOM. When we beat XCOM, depending on what people think, there's more XCOM beyond Enemy Unknown. It's one of those things like Resident Evil where, like, I'm just gonna poll the public, get the general opinion. But, like, there is more, and it gets harder and more complicated with, like, the later stuff. But it's just one of those things that's like, we'll see how we feel when I eventually beat it. That last run that we did was so good, though. And I feel like I really learned a lot on it. Like, I genuinely feel like I learned so much that I had no idea about on that run. Like, the fact that the arc thrower is actually kind of insane to get done. And, like, capturing an alien with it is kind of nuts. Regardless of if I have the containment facility built or not. Because then I also capture a plasma weapon. And honestly, I could probably just skip beam weapons altogether. I've been going for beam weapons like every time. But what if I just skipped over it and went straight to plasma? It might not work, like, in practice the way that I think it will in theory. Because there might be more prerequisites to it. And, like, the research time without having a lot of scientists might be ridiculous early on. Like, if it's, like, a 40-day, even if it's, like, a 30-day research, that's just not worth doing. So it really, there's factors to it that I'll have to, that's why we experiment. Why I call trying out new stuff in that game experimenting, is because, like, I never know if it's going to work or not. But I'm willing to try it just to see. Getting the South America bonus, it only takes 2 satellites. And once you have a bunch of autopsies, like, kind of on the backlog, it's kind of worth. I learned some good stuff. I learned that I can put a plasma weapon on the interceptors. That's just insane compared to the default weapons. So if I got a couple, like, if I had at least 1 interceptor per continent with a beam weapon on it, then I probably wouldn't need to make the consumables at all. And I also probably wouldn't need more than 2 interceptors per continent. I learned so much on that last run that I feel like is very valuable info. The sort of thing that you learn and you're like, how did I never know about this before? There were multiple of those on that last run. And who even knows what upgrades I could get research-wise from actually doing an interrogation, because I never managed to capture an alien and have a containment facility built at the same time. I captured them and got, like, plasma weapons and stuff, but I never was able to actually interrogate one, so who knows what kind of benefits I get out of that. That's still just up in the air. There's so much to experiment with after that last run. And I've got going so far. When you say so far, Mikkel, when you say so far, that reads as, like, that we've done on YouTube. You're saying it's the most engaging game that we've done on YouTube. I feel like the XCOM opinions, as far as all of you guys go, are probably the most polarizing out of any game I've done for stream. Because there's people like Mikkel who are like, XCOM is legit my favorite game that you've streamed out of the last, like, year and a half. And then there's people like Ryan who are just like, man, I don't know. I've tried and I don't get it. I don't get why you guys like it. It's the most, like, love or hate it stream game that we've done. Like, it just in terms of streaming the game. Oh, also, I've had the heavy consideration, the very heavy consideration with accepting more, like, not just only grinding out new games. I've very heavily been considering actually doing the long planned and waited for I try to get S ranks on every level in every Devil May Cry game. I've been considering doing that again. Because we did one stream of it, like, I think it was like last June? I think it was early in the summer. It was pre-Hollow Knight and Cuphead. I know that much. I think. Maybe not. But I think it was pre... Also, hello, Corn. I'm on a tangent. Hold on. We did one of them. And I know that, like, a couple people were there and said that they really thought it was a fun stream. But not many people even showed up in the first place, and I think that there was some reason for it that I'm just not remembering. Like, I think that I just picked a really bad day to try it. Because I have a memory of me being like, I just chose a bad day to start it. That was on me. Which stream? I streamed Devil May Cry once, like, a year ago. And I have a vague memory of I just chose the wrong day to start it. But now, like, I also back then, like, if I tried a game on stream and it didn't do well, it was like one stream, I give up. If it doesn't do well, I move on. And DMC was one of those. I know that, like, Skyrim, we did one Skyrim stream and it didn't do well and, like, never went back. Like, I just used to do that. But now with XCOM was, like, first couple streams, no one showed up. But the people that did show up were like, oh wait, this game is actually kind of neat. And it's slowly built, where now more and more people know about the XCOM streams. It's spread. So now I'm like, maybe I just go back and do the Devil May Cry thing that I've had the idea for like over a year. But I just stick with it for a few days and rely on the word of mouth thing like I did with XCOM. Because now we also have, like, just Devil May Cry enjoyers who are regulars that I can think of. Like, Cheems loves Devil May Cry. Hamura loves Devil May Cry. Like, I know that now we just have people in the community who really like it. I got a call, but hold up. Yeah, False has not seen this before. This is new for her. Ignore her. Everyone else is like, yeah, I've seen this a few times now. It's still funny, but I've seen it. It's new for her. Because the last time that we did it was right before me and Fall started doing streams and videos and stuff. I remember having a shorter beard and short hair. Like, really short hair. When me and Fall first started doing stuff, because I had just done, like, I had just gotten a haircut and shaved the beard for 1.5 at the time. He has info. Hello, Thomas Foolery. I'm waiting for info. Damn you. No drop. Sag. Not a real game, IMO. Well, also, I tried and dropped RE1, like, last summer. Same thing, that's another example, but this time around, it worked. Like, I just did it, and people were like, oh wait, yeah, this is pretty good. I like this. Apparently the best version of RE5 is on consoles. Yeah, I knew that. The PC version is... yeah. It's because the PS4 and Xbox One got an updated version of RE5 that Steam and PC in general never got. They just never released it on Steam. Capcom making a reasonable business decision used to be a rare thing. Nowadays, they're back on track, but there was, from like 2009 to like 2017, Capcom making a good business decision was a very rare thing. Like, very rare. Then, about 2017, they got back on track. I wish I knew that before I bought every single Resident Evil game on PC. I mean, the console-specific remaster of RE5 isn't much of a remaster. It looks marginally better. And I'm trying to remember, I think it has like one quality of life improvement. $60 FPS. You can do that on Steam, on PC. Who told you can't do that on the PC version? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's not really much of a remaster. It's like, it's a remaster comparative to the Xbox 360 and PS3 versions. But I'm trying to remember. I know that there's something to it that does make it generally considered the better version. I think it was some really small thing, though. Like, the shadow resolution got raised. Like, I think it was literally something that small. Oh, the aliasing and lighting. Yeah. For me, it's like, I mean, sure. It's a thing. But, like, I'm gonna be playing the PC version of 5 when we stream it anyway. Jump. Oh no, wait. I spawned the guy. Hit and run. Go. Today's question of the day. You're pathetic and weak if you won't break your pasta in half. Is that a comment someone said, or is that you saying that? I don't break my pasta, because I know that it's like heresy. I don't do it. Because also, like, the pasta gets all noodly and when it's boiling in the water. So, like, it'll just fall in the pan anyway. It'll all get cooked. Even if it doesn't all fit in the pan when it's like a straight stick of noodle. Pasta. Can one of you drop this goddamn sword? Could I, like, buy a silver pickled foot from the husk? The twin husk maiden, whatever they're called? RE5 is also infested with naked mods. Bro, it's a Resident Evil game. I haven't exactly looked at Nexus mods for 4, but you know that by now, it's been like 3 weeks. There's a nude model of every character in that game by now. The fuck is that? Yep. Beard gone. Bitches. Oh. Oh. Okay. How do I get a silver pickled foul foot? Why is Jill blonde? They redesigned her for 5. Have you seen, Tom, have you seen what Jill looks like in the new movie? Because it's ridiculous. I hate... A lot of people love it. I hate it. Literally just RE3. Do you know the reason? Have you heard the reason? They made it a lore thing. And it's not only Jill that has this piece of lore attached to her now. No. Buckle up. Because Jill got infected with the T virus in RE3, but then got the vaccination that cured her of it from Carlos. she has only gotten the benefits of the T virus without the downsides. So she is permanently immune to aging from that moment on, canonically now. At least that's what they're saying with the movie. So what they're saying with the movie is, Jill from now on is always going to look exactly like she did in the Resident Evil 3 remake. Which is why they just literally, like, practically ripped her model from the game to use in the CG movie. Can we do that to all of them so they never get old and die? Oh, but wait. Rebecca now also has it from RE1, because in one of the other movies that she appeared in, she got infected and cured. So now Rebecca also is never going to age. And Claire also got infected in Revelations 2. So Claire now is never going to age from her design in Revelations 2. So what about Sherry? Sherry don't give a shit. Sherry is just... That design is terrible? Yep. Won't Leon as well? Leon got infected with a plagas, not with a virus. His was a parasite. It's different for Leon. But Leon, in every movie, has kept his design from RE6, like, exactly. But that's kind of fine. Every movie takes place after RE4, like, timeline-wise. And they're kind of considered canon. It's the whole Capcom thing that I mentioned, where, like, they always, with every single Resident Evil product, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is canon. So that everyone takes it seriously, but then as soon as the product isn't very well received, they'll be like, never mind, that's not canon. Nope, we're backtracking on that. Never mind, forget what we said. No longer canon. It's happened to a lot of the movies so far, to the point where they're kind of in their own continuity. But the fact that they're saying that for the movie, worries me, knowing that, my theory, RE5 Remake is probably in the works, or is right about to enter being in the works. And as much as, like, Blonde Jill is kind of weird and out of place in RE5, I don't want Jill to look exactly how she does from RE3 in the RE5 remake. Because I think that the reasoning is fucking stupid. Literally, that's, like, the main reason. And also, like, having characters look different when it's, like, I mean, how far apart is 5 from 3? It's gotta be, like a 10-year gap or something, timeline-wise, between 5 and 3. So it's just like, yeah, having a character look different 10 years from another event makes sense. It's just that her clothes are exactly the same. It's so stupid. That's what I'm saying. Like, they literally kept her the exact same. Except, have you seen the screenshot? There's one screenshot that's been floating around where it's Jill's outfit from the RE3 remake, like the blue tank top, the jeans, but she has a cardigan on top of it. So there's that one screen. Apparently there's like a scene where her outfit is slightly different. The reason she looks like she does in 5 is cryo. That could be true. There's a line in 3 where she says, I'm gonna burn these clothes after this. That is true. I didn't think about that. She just bought a new set, Tom. Like, she likes the look. The clothes smelled. Because they were all covered in, like, blood and shit from the sewers and all that, you know? So maybe she did burn those clothes, but then she just went and bought the exact same clothes again. What, you never do that? You never throw out your old clothes and go buy the exact same shirt and pair of jeans and undershirt and wear them all in an outfit the way that you did 10 years ago when some insanely traumatic shit happened? You never do that? She's pulling the look off? I mean, yeah. Like, it's a great design. I don't dislike the design. The reason is dumb. And if they literally just reuse that design for everything that she's in going forward, it's going to anger me. Like, if they stick with that reason, it's... Yeah. I do that. I basically do that. Where the fuck is this sword? I didn't live in Raccoon City. Also, I like Leon's design in 6. Why do you hate Leon's design in 6? What was that about? I was distracted at the time, but like, what? Leon looks great in 6. I think Leon in 6 is my favorite Leon. Actually, RE4 Remake Leon now is probably my favorite Leon. But before that, it was 6. Prior to the remake, 6 was my favorite look for him. Sword. God damn you. I'm never going to get this sword. It doesn't exist. The sword doesn't exist. 0.5% chance my ass. It's a 0. It's not usable. The player can't get it. I'm convinced. Just checking to be sure I haven't gotten it. I have not. He's 36. He's just getting old. That's true. Figured it out. Yeah, Fexture Life is lying to me. This sword isn't real. The video was faked for views. The video of how to farm it efficiently. There are 7 of them here, and I've done so many trips. It's a 1 in 200 chance. It's gotta drop any time now. Pulls up with an inventory full of swords. That would be funny if I did, like, cheat engine in 100 of them and say I did some off-screen grinding, off-camera grinding. Open the inventory for that. That would be a good bit. Just cheat engine in 100 of these swords after this. I wish they changed his hair just a bit. Imagine being emo at 40. Bro, what did we just say about Jill? He pulls off the look. That's Leon's hair. You can't change his hair. It's Leon's hair. Like, does Chris change his hair? No. Is anyone like, Chris doesn't change his hair? No. No. Does Claire change her hair? No. No, she does not. Imagine the uproar if he changed his hair. He does change his hair? He really doesn't. He goes from, like, having the shortest hair imaginable that's slightly spiked up in the front to buzz cut, or practically buzz cut. It's just varying lengths of buzz cut after RE1. Chris's hair does not change. In 6, his hair is longer. I don't think it is, because in the original 4, his hair was about that length. You're just wrong? Am I wrong? Is this like a Mandela effect thing with Chris's hair? I don't think his hair changes. He has Guts hair at the front. In 1, right? Like, his original design is Guts hair. In 5? His hair is spiked in 5? No, it's not. This has to be... Is this an actual, like, Mandela effect, but it's a Resident Evil character? This can't be true. It can't be. I refuse. I refuse to believe that I'm misremembering Chris Redfield's hair. But also, the last time I played 5 was maybe, like, 2015 or something. Who knows about Berserk? I know about it. I've never read it. I know that I would love the story from the little bits I've heard about it. But I can't read. Oh wow, wow. Oh, 6 was when he started doing the buzz cut. It was 6. I'm seeing pictures of 5 and 6 side by side now. He started the buzz cut in 6. I was misremembering 5. I Mandela affected Chris's hair. Words are hard. Words are really hard. Yeah, I know that I would love Berserk, but I've been told by fans of it that the old anime adaptation is bad. Like, it's just not a good adaptation of the story, apparently. And there's a rumor that there's, like, a new adaptation in the works. So, I'm kind of just sitting here like, yeah, if there is a new Berserk anime in the works, then I'll watch that when that comes out. But, like, I can't read a manga. And I don't want to, like, get the wrong version of the story, so to speak, from watching the old one. Fortnite has a weird amalgamation of a few looks, and it's easily Chris. Chris is in Fortnite? Since when? When did they put Chris in Fortnite? Next, you're gonna tell me that he's in Dead by Daylight. Because apparently every Resident Evil character is in Dead by Daylight, and I thought it was... I genuinely thought that it was just, Gibble. It's that Gibble sandwich that was in Dead by Daylight for the longest time. God damn it. The Elden stutter is back. Hold on, false sent. God damn it. It's every face model of Chris. So yeah, it changed the first time in... We don't talk about 7. Oh, Gibble's in Fortnite too! Why does RE5 Chris look like that? In Fortnite, I mean. Why he look like that? He looks just wrong. I can't describe it any other way. He just looks wrong. I knew about Leon and Claire because that was like a promotional thing for the 4 remake. I heard about that one. I had no idea that Chris or Gibble were in Fortnite. RE5 is Chris's best look. I agree that that is his best look. I would not argue. But I really like RE1 remake Chris as like a young Chris. It's not my favorite look, but as far as like a young Chris, it feels perfect. Oh, RE5 Chris in Fortnite is your favorite? It's the model at the end of the game. There's a whole DLC where you play as him too, False. That if you haven't played, you should, because now on the new, on Steam, they made it free for everyone who owns the game. The Chris DLC. It's at the point where it's just included with the game now. Can you see his face? You can? because they did third-person cutscenes in it for some reason. Like 7, you never pull out of Ethan's point of view, and it's kind of one of the cooler things. But for Chris's DLC, they just did third-person cutscenes. Like, they just did camera work like they normally would have. I don't know why. But Chris's DLC is only like 2 hours long in 7. And it's a good, like, additional story after the main story. We all thought, because of Chris's DLC, that, what's his name? The, like, weird, nerdy Baker family member. Is it, Lucas? Was that his name? Everyone thought that he was gonna be, like, the main villain, like, antagonist of RE8 after Chris's DLC. Because it so massively hints that Lucas is going to be, like, a main antagonist going forward. And then 8 was... It was just... Ow! Oh, shit. My tinnitus just came out of nowhere and hit me like a truck. Only in... That was really loud. Ow. My ear, like, popped and started ringing really loud out of nowhere. That caught me off guard. What was I saying? Everyone thought it would be Lucas, but instead it was vampires and werewolves. Yeah, like, the DLC so strongly hints that, like, Lucas is working with this new, like, shadowy, reborn umbrella. And that he escapes at the end of the DLC. The whole DLC is about getting him, but then he just escapes, and it's like, oh, he's gonna be the villain going forward. No. No, vampires and werewolves and, Magneto. Village was, it's a Resident Evil story. But also, we're playing Code Veronica right now, which is kind of about a brother who wants to fuck his twin sister. But then you find out that his twin sister, never really existed. And he's just, it's like a split personality and it's in his head. And yeah. It's a whole ordeal. If you haven't been there, it's... Code Veronica is a wacky-ass Resident Evil story, man. Rewaken your... Bro, how'd you even type that one? Like, false types fast and typos a lot, but most of the time it makes sense. That one was wild. Will I remove the piss filter? Huh? Oh, the Mexico filter? I don't know. Keyboard? Oh, because you're on your phone. And you do the swipe thing. Shit. I'm really not used to playing with a shield. If this was any other Souls game, I would have blocked there, like, out of habit. But because it's Elden Ring, I just didn't even think to do it. This sword does not exist. I swear to God, man. It's not real. It can't be. How could it be? It's so clearly not a real sword. Some game that I don't even know what it is just went on sale on my Steam wishlist, and my phone dinged me. I don't even know off the name what game that is. My Steam wishlist would scare the shit out of people if they could see it. Because my Steam wishlist is genuinely any video game that I have ever, for one reason or another, thought that I would play someday. at a price of like $1. That's my Steam wish list. Because then, whenever I'm like, you know, what's a new game that I can pick up? I can just open my wish list and sort it by discount, and it shows me everything that I've ever had any sort of interest in that's on sale. There's a method to the madness, but if you just look at it straight up for what it is, it's like a 400 game long wish list. That doesn't look like an H game. I've never wishlisted one of them. I have friends who have gifted them to me, but I've declined it every time because I don't want that shit on my Steam account. Because, like, once it's in your library, it's in your library. It's not going away. I don't want that shit on my Steam account. Like, they've repeatedly gifted them to me. Like, ones that cost money. And I decline it, and they're like, bro, why'd you decline it? I bought you that game out of the kindness of my heart. I'm just, you know, I'm trying to be nice. They try to, like, guilt me on it after I decline it. Found that one on stream. I was there for that. I remember specifically a detail that I'm now remembering about this is that I instigated you figuring this out. Because you said that you don't have any on your account. And I said, sure you don't. I know you do because you're a weeb. And you said, no, I don't. I'll show you. And as we were going through, it was looking pretty good for your account. But then, out of nowhere, from the high ropes, came whatever that one was. And you can say whatever you want about it. You can say, you can come up with whatever reason you want. I know. All weebs have at least one. It's a rule. I didn't make the rule, but it's true. At least one. It's just a truth of life. I knew that you would have one, and sure enough, it's about lesbian bombs. I forgot that detail. The horror? Bro, who makes that shit? Like, that modding takes work. Like, actual game dev skills and know-how. And genuine hours on hours of effort. Who makes that shit? Who's like, you know what? Sonic and Tails in Resident Evil 5. The Sonic fandom terrifies me. I played them when I was younger and became of demand. It became an H game. Maybe I'll play it one day. Well, not on stream. Do you know people play H games on the Orange YouTube? Wait, what? Wait. Orange YouTube has a Let's Play scene? Is that what is that what I'm gathering right now? Is that they do? Well, why? Why? They also have naked VTube. I knew that one, actually. I did know that one. I had a buddy show me that one. There's the one really popular one that my buddy one day was just like, bro, have you heard about this? And I was like, no. And he sent me down that rabbit hole over, like, Discord screen sharing. That was an interesting rabbit hole, for sure. But I didn't think it was or maybe it was the Orange YouTube Live. I know it was like a live thing. Melody, that would be the one, yes. Yeah, I had a buddy take me down that rabbit hole once upon a time. Ugh. Which, he apparently, like, found her on Twitch, because she's also just a Twitch streamer. But then, he found out from her Twitch streams that she streams elsewhere, you know, after dark sort of streams. And it's wild. Good business model, but wild. Do you enjoy doing the thing you're doing right now? Absolutely not. It's been 3 hours, Tom. You don't understand. I've actually been doing this for 3 hours. Not this exact farm, but trying different methods of farming this sword. I've been doing it for 3 hours. Not a single one has dropped. Not a single goddamn one. Neither do I. Modded in. No, this is Miyazaki's vision. You don't understand. FromSoft games are completely, entirely revolved around human suffering. Nothing else. Nothing else. I don't really watch the gameplay. I'm kind of just doing a just chatting stream until this sword drops. Like, it genuinely could have dropped and I wouldn't have known. Because I'm just not paying enough attention. It didn't drop. It didn't. Oh, false. Random question. But, Call of Duty, Black Ops 3, you have it. I know you do. How attached are you to the idea of doing Halo next stream? How attached are you to that idea? I keep forgetting to message you about this. So since it just popped into my head, this is the only way these discussions happen sometimes. ADHD go burr. In the brain, out the brain within 10 seconds. I don't remember what Ja'Cory wanted to do. Probably custom zombies. Because it's kind of the thing. As long as it doesn't contradict him. Even if it is custom zombies. See if he has any maps that he specifically wants to play. Because, like, even if he is talking about just doing mods, there are so many. there are so many. BO3 Plants vs. Zombies when? It's so unstable. I wanted so bad to do, like, a crazy video showing off how stupid it can get. But I literally, the game can't stay running. It's not stable enough to be able to get like a full setup on it. The plants crash the map, always. The plants crash that map like crazy because they are so not native to the game in any way, shape, or form. It makes the map so unstable. Adding in a second currency system, I think the mapper said also is what's breaking it. Let you know what he says. False. I've covered in the past like 50 plus custom maps that were all fantastic. Like, it really is one of those things that if you're worried about contradicting him, don't. Because when it comes to custom zombies, I have them like saved. I have them bookmarked on my Steam profile so that like, I just have this list. That's like, yep, here is every good custom map I've ever played. I have the list. When are we getting the random Twitch streams? With doing shorts, I need to change the model for shorts from daily. I don't think I can keep daily shorts up. Well, I could keep daily shorts up if I completely abandoned long form. Because I was saying, like, this morning, I grinded, I played about 4 hours of RE4 this morning just maxing out a weapon. Like, I don't even have footage recorded of it maxed yet, because I stopped playing like 15 minutes before stream, and I had only just gotten it maxed out. Like, doing those shorts is such a grind. So YouTube shorts, I'm giving you the full explanation, you bitch. Because if I just say no, if I just say I won't, you're not going to be a whole lot happier. So let me get there, man. Shorts are taking up a lot of time. It's bad for me to... I need to continue shorts. Conclusion I've come to. It's not just a growth thing. It's also a money thing. It is both. Anyway. I'm going to continue shorts. But I might try to do like 4 a week instead of every day. Because business model wise, it seems like if I want to get carryover... Okay, so I was complaining yesterday about not getting any carryover. Impressions, all that. It seems like there is no bridge between shorts and live streams. I've asked a couple of other connections that I have about this. They seem to agree. Weirdly, live streams specifically, there seems to be no bridge. But what I have noticed, and others might have noticed, is community posts, there is absolutely a bridge. This was the first thing that I started asking around when I noticed it a couple days ago. There is a bridge between shorts and community posts. Don't really know why, but it's definitely a thing. Go look at how many votes question of the day got a month ago. Look at them in the last week. Enough said. And between long form, like just videos and shorts, there seems to be a bridge from what other people have said when I asked them about it. So, and I know that there's a bridge between live and long form. That I just know from experience over the last year. So it's gonna be a whole multi-step process of like, I need to get them from shorts to videos, like 5 to 10 minute, 15 minute videos. And then, once I have them on the videos, if they stay there, I can get them on the live streams. Shorts for the growth and the ego? No. Shorts for the growth that I can then turn into live stream growth as well. Because if it was just growth, but it only stayed on shorts, I would strongly consider ditching the format entirely at this point. However, if you look at my view chart over the last 28 days on YouTube right now, like total across all formats, even though live streams have stayed the same and I haven't posted a long form video in like 3 weeks or something like that, the chart is just doing this. There's not even like an up and down, but a progressive up. No, it's up every single day that I post a short. They are just stacking and snowballing. They're just stacking. So it's like every time that I post a short, my daily views are going up by like 1,000 a day. And it's even today, so far, they're about the same that they were yesterday, even though I didn't post a short this morning. How long does it take to edit together a short on average? For me, maybe like 30 minutes. Like, from the time that I sit down to record the voiceover, I just wing the voiceovers on them. I don't write them beforehand. Once I'm done recording all the footage and grinding out the in-game stuff, it's maybe like 30 minutes to make one. Like, I would say from the time I sit down to record the voiceover to the time it's public is probably about an hour. Yeah, I would say about an hour. Because then I have to go in and do all the SEO stuff to make sure it hits the way I want it to. And then I have to wait for like HD processing and everything, which takes a bit. And then I can publish it. Actually, editing the short is not a problem. Coming up with ideas for shorts and gathering the footage for shorts is the longest part of the process right now. But yeah, if it was just growth that only stayed on shorts, I might do it. But, like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into that. That part I'm gonna shut my mouth on. Long story short, I might do it, but I probably wouldn't. I would more likely ditch shorts entirely. But generally, I've kind of accepted the reality at this point that for a while, I thought of myself as a streamer who also does the YouTube thing. Like, I stream, and that's my main thing. And then I'll do videos on occasion, but, like, that's additional. Now I'm kind of realizing that the more viable business model is to be a YouTuber who also streams. And it's not like I've reduced the amount of stream time, I've just increased the amount of video work off stream. The only thing that streams have suffered from in that sense is I've spent less time doing things like, what's it called? Like, working on the chatbot. I've spent, like, doing that recently. There's things that I want to do with the bot, but there's just times where I'm like, my time is better spent making a video right now. I guess, sorry, my brain is doing many things right now. I'm on the high end of the ADHD spectrum right now, where my brain is trying to go in like 5 different directions, and I'm trying to rein it back in, but it's just not wanting to. I'm having that right now. I can't keep my thoughts on one thing. Shit. Oh yeah, the off-stream stuff. I was like, what was I even talking about before I felt the need to explain myself? Other days work on other content? Yeah, I know. My best periods of the channel, always, like, across Twitch and YouTube growth combined, I've always seen the most success from streaming daily. Like, periods where I buckle down and I put more time into stream, I've always felt very directly rewarded for it. Shorts channel, who also does the stream thing, faux show. No, I think my ideal to work towards is if I could do 3 or 4 shorts a week, preferably 4, but we'll see. 3 or 4 shorts a week, maybe 2 long form videos a week, and daily streams. That would be like my ideal. I feel like if I stream daily, people would come less. I think that is true. I think that's true. Even just in the sense of like my own like analytics that I can look back on, I would say that's probably right. But on the other side of it, it's like when you start to snowball, like when you start to get good growth spurts, streaming daily has done nothing but massively boost how much growth I will get out of any of those spikes, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, I've genuinely, I've had this whole debate with myself over supply-demand stuff in terms of stream. There's that opposite side of it. Yeah, I was gonna say, having it be daily and always at the same time, I'm very punctual on time. Doing content creation has made me that way. Actually, it's only in regards to content. Let it be known. Still, if I have like an appointment, I'm gonna be like 5 minutes late. If one of my friends is like, hey, let's go get food here at this time, I'm gonna be like 10 minutes late. It's genuinely only in regards to doing content stuff that I am like on the dot punctual. Stream goes live at 11:55. Stream goes live at 11:55 every day, but doesn't start until noon every day. And it does not alter at all. Stream ends at 4 p.m. every day, pretty much on the minute. Sometimes it stretches out to like 2 or 3 minutes past that, at most. Like, it's the same time frame. And on that sense, it's like, people know, this time of day, any day, Chole stream. There's two sides of it. But I've also, yeah, false, you got timed out. I don't know if YouTube tells you that you're timed out, but you got timed out. We'll see you in 4 minutes. You got Mickle for that one. Bonk, bonk, bonk. God damn this farm. Oh, you can't untime someone out. I know, right? YouTube moment. Hey, I should share a meme. A meme by Cheems that False sent to me. It's from False's Discord, made by Cheems. I don't think I'll get in trouble for it. Maybe. On Discord, False. Okay, there we go. I was like, how can I adjust this window to perfectly not leak anything? I did it. Well, no, I hit play too soon. Context, Musan is, this is a creation of False's, the name Musan. It's Neil Mohan, new CEO of YouTube. She's been calling him Musan because it's like Susan, male Susan, and his last name starts with an M. Musan. Should be Musin, but she says it Musan. So here's the meme.
No crackers, Gromit. We've forgotten the crackers.
Can I turn it up? No, that's full volume. Can you hear it well? Because that's the full volume. Were you able to hear it? I can't boost Discord audio. I don't think.
No crackers, Gromit. We've forgotten the crackers.
It's a good one. It's a good one. My window readjusted to the bottom when I unfull screened it. Nope. It's amazing. I thought it was pretty good. But to be fair, and I say it every time that anyone talks about that word being not allowed on YouTube, at least in that sense, Twitch did it first. Twitch was the first platform out of any of the social media platforms to ban that word. YouTube only followed suit. Because YouTube gets a lot of shit for it, and I'm like, they didn't even start it. Like, it's fair to give them shit for it. But why do we only give YouTube shit for it? I remember Hassan getting banned for it. Yeah, that was a big deal when it happened. Like, everyone always gives YouTube shit for it. I'm like, I mean, yeah, they did ban it, but like, anyway. Hey, False should be untimed out in like a minute. That's crazy. Prepare yourself, Mickle. That timeout is ending anytime now. I haven't heard about it being a thing with YouTube. It's on the list. YouTube has a list of, they call it offensive terms. At least that's what they used to call it. I think they changed the name of the list, but they used to have what they called the offensive terms list. And it was on there. It was in the full-blown no-no tier. All for it being banned if they're gonna ban everything else. Yeah, it's a weird one. Because, like, me personally, never been offended by it. But it's kind of like an on-principle thing. Where it's like, yeah, I guess if we're gonna ban other words of the same variety, then it does vaguely make sense. I'm on neither side. Both sides, neither side. It's like, yeah, I see both sides of it. Both are valid. It's like, I've never been called that and been offended. you get censored by in chat, or if the content creator says it, it's a full-blown no-no word, in the same sense that, like, other, I guess, derogatory terms are, slurs and such, but also, like, the little funny British Aussie, you know, see you next Tuesday, that word is in the same tier, where it's like, yeah, if you say this word, it's instant demonetization on the video. It's that tier of terms. It sits in that tier. But it's not like if you just say it with cracker. It's if you refer to someone in an offensive way as cracker. That's when it's a problem. You can say the word. It's a joke in my chat, and I'm 10,000% sure it will get me banned. I mean, I just showed the meme, so I'll tell you how that goes. We are coming up on 3.5 hours in 10 minutes. We are 10 minutes away from having farmed for this sword for 3.5 hours, everyone. I don't know. Did they patch it out? Like, does the sword just not exist after the most recent patch? Like, what's going on here? What's the deal, Miyazaki? What happened to the sword? What sword are you trying to get? The Noble's Slender Sword. We have, like, triple checked that these guys are the right guys before you're, like, thinking that I'm farming the wrong guys or something. Because I've thought that at multiple different points. I don't see the offense of the word. I don't find it offensive. I have been called it in that sense before, but it's never bothered me. It's just like, eh. I got called some pretty creative things while I was in Florida. Things that I can't say on stream. Things that I didn't even know were terms of that variety. My girlfriend at the time, I got called something randomly in a gas station when we lived in Orlando. And she, like, went off on the guy, got so pissed. And I was just sitting there like, what the fuck just happened? Like, what's going on? Like, I genuinely was so confused, and I was just kind of sitting there and letting her do her thing. And then she explained it to me afterwards. She's like, that is like a slur. And I'm like, that's a what? I was like, I've never heard that in my life. She's like, yeah, like that's a bad one. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure. There's no singular word that can actually offend me. So I need to look at the intention of the words, and if the intention is to be hateful to a specific race, then I don't like. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if it's me personally, I don't mind. Sorry, I just had a random memory pertaining to it. I can't tell this story. It just made me laugh a little bit to myself. It's a good story, but I can't tell it. I have no words. It's a real thing. The sword exists. I do have words. It exists. The sword is real. Jesus Christ, time to get it dual wield.
Well, I took you for no matter.
3 hours and 24 minutes today. Combine that with about an hour of farming a few days ago. This sword took me almost 4.5 hours to get one to drop. Do you feel happy? Accomplished? I mean, I got a little dopamine hit. I won't lie. I did. But at the same time, I'm like infuriated just knowing how long it took. You got your mid sword? Yeah, that's what I was saying too. The sword isn't even that good. Like, it's genuinely not even a very strong sword.
Back all no matter.
But I had a very specific intention with the build where I was like, I want to use a one-handed straight sword that also has quality scaling. So I pulled up the table for scaling, stat scaling. I looked through all of it. This was the one that had the best stat scaling overall out of the one-handed straight swords. And it's not even that good. It's like descaling on strength and dex at max. But that's as good as it gets. Are you soul farming now? Yeah, just to blow off some steam. Why does it swing like that? I'm just relieving some tension by taking my anger out on these little guys. Doesn't that specific sword have one of the worst drop rates in the game? It was a 0.5% chance to drop this sword. Yeah. The chance of it dropping from one of the enemies when killed is 0.5%. And it took about 4.5 hours to get one. I killed hundreds of those guys. If anyone has the dedication for it, you could go back and do a straight up counter on how many of those guys I killed, even just in the cemetery, if you just wanted to do that. Even if you just wanted to do the count for the cemetery, you could do that. If anyone has the dedication. Well, hello, 83000, how's it going? Welcome back. Oh, come on now. I know the username. But I don't remember when you found the channel. What game were we playing when you found the channel the first time? Because I recognize the name, but I can't think of it. Normally in my brain, I have you guys all, like, categorized. I had Tom wrong for a while, because I forgot that Tom was Halo, not Lego Star Wars. But to be fair, the Halo streams were for like a week right before Lego Star Wars, and then Lego Star Wars hit so unbelievably hard that I completely forgot I even streamed Halo at that time. So Tom got lumped in. But, I know, like, Mickle, zombies. Dream Master, I think, wait, what game was Dream Master? I actually don't know that one. Jacob, Elden Ring. Ghost, Cuphead. Jessica, Hollow Knight. I know these things. I know these things. But also, hello, Ghost. My brain just works in that way when I see someone's username. It was Elden Ring? Okay, I thought so. But then I was like, wait, would that be right? This was Hollow Knight? Yeah. But no, you were not one of the first consistent YouTube chatters? Okay. The whole YouTube thing kind of weird. We moved over from Twitch last March. Did Red Dead and, what's it? Red Dead and, like, Demon Souls and stuff as the first couple games. And then let's run it back for the RDR chatters. Yeah, so we got RDR did really well. RDR got my foot in the door with YouTube streaming in general. I would say happy birthday, but I said it once. I only say it once. Anyway. Trying to think. Oh, yeah, and then in May, or like April, yeah, it was April, after Red Dead 2 and Demon Souls, I started doing Halo, because I didn't know what else to do. And Tom was, like, the only consistent guy to come in from that. Halo was not a good growth game. And then Lego Star Wars came immediately after, and it hit. And I ran with it for a month straight. I played 3 hours a day of fucking Lego Star Wars. And you know what? I got like 400 subs doing it. Something like that. I don't know if it was 400, but I think we went from like about 400 to like about 800 subs in that time. So, rough idea. Lego Star Wars, it's like Red Dead 2 was the big, it was like the foundation I built the channel on. Lego Star Wars was first boom. Cuphead was second boom. Now, I guess shorts are the newest boom. The third boom. I remember you saying you played Lego Star Wars with a friend and you weren't gonna bother. Yeah, but then Business Brain took over and I was like, but what if it hits because it's new? And I tried. And boom. Drinking a martini now? Oh no. Oh no. Who's gonna tell her? I don't really know what to do now. I got my sword. I got my sword. Like, I don't know what to do. What? Ugh. Martinis go down so smooth. And they are just pure alcohol. That's what is, who is gonna tell her. Hold on, where are my... Oh, there they are. I need 3 smithing stone ones. That's what I'm here for. Love the beard. Yeah. So the damage seems pretty dependent on enemies. Because over there in Caelid, it seemed like the sword was kind of shit. But now, I'm starting to see the value. All of a sudden. Jaeger bombs go down like fucking water. I never had one. Whoa. By recording, you're shaving like a real businessman? Bro. You don't understand. How much hair was on my face? I'm trying to make it sink in. I could have done it. But I would have had to spend like multiple sessions of cleaning my area to like actually get all the hair cleaned up. Opportunity cost. There's a term for this. Jaeger bombs plus tequila. Bro, tequila? Sorry. Women shave a lot, we know. Yeah, do you shave at your desk? Also, when you shave, is it like you're shaving half the hair on your head, but at your desk? No. No, it's different. You don't understand? It doesn't look like it's a lot of hair. But it's like an inch long each, probably. And it covers my whole face. It's a lot of hair. It doesn't look like it, but it is. Like, if I shave my face into the sink and then I run the water, I'm gonna clog the sink. Like, it's not gonna go down the sink. I've tried it. Okay? I wasn't the smartest 16-year-old. Haven't done an end of winter leg shave. I don't, maybe. Some women may have that issue, maybe. I'm just gonna drink the whole thing and see how it goes. Oh boy. Wait, what did Sepper say tasted good? What was that? Hold on. I need to scroll up for it. Jaeger sucks. I had it once and I felt sick for hours on end. I love that, like, My eyes are so fucked. For lack of a better way of saying it, like, why are my eyes like that? Why do I have to have perfect vision in one eye and terrible vision in the other eye? To the point where, like, if I have both eyes open, yeah, it gets a little blurry. So, for general purpose, it's like, yeah, wear glasses with, like, one lens that's actual, like, full-blown prescription, and one that's, like, my left eye lens, chat, for people who know glasses, it's a negative 0.25. That's my left eye lens. It's prescription, but it's literally only to, like, balance out with the other lens doing so much work so that my eyes don't stay blurry because of it. My left eye, perfect vision. Get an eye patch that's marketing. Eye patch would be iconic. Anyway. Thanks for that thought. Gonna be getting glasses next month or so. Yeah, it's... Like, I don't know of kids getting glasses that young, generally. Jaeger tastes like medicine. Good, bad, not sure. Is it like medicine? It depends on the medicine flavor so much. I would say like 75% of medicine tastes like ass. But the other 25% is honestly kind of good. Infants get glasses. Yeah, Clark is how old? Like 2? 3? Like the youngest that I can remember, like any of my friends getting glasses, was like 1st grade. So we would have been like 6 or 7. 3 in June. Yeah. I didn't get them until I was like 16. I had perfect vision until like 4 years ago in both eyes. Now one of my eyes just keeps getting worse. It's not concerning at all. It's why I had to get new glasses like a few months ago, and why I was so happy when I got them. So I was like, holy shit, everything is so crisp, so crystal clear. Going for a brandy. Wanna go drink some alcohol? Try to be productive. Oh no, Tom. Tom's hitting the sauce. We're getting angry Tom tonight. We're getting angry Tom. Wait, shit. I was trying to go to my... Okay. I have 6. What? Ah, I heard it too. My shield is only at +1, so I would need... another 6. Oh shit. Ah, the rats! Dark Souls rats, please. No! Okay. You didn't see anything. Chat, you didn't see. I just got 2 rune arcs? I'm sorry. Did rats just drop back-to-back rune arcs? Is Colin angry drunk? Is that why he doesn't drink? No, I don't drink because my family has really bad addiction problems. And I started to exhibit them when I was younger, so I cut myself off. And I haven't had a drink since. I said no, and I meant that shit. Not one since. So is my family. I don't think I have a problem. I just stopped. You know, I definitely was noticing that I was showing some signs. It's putting it lightly. It's putting it pretty lightly, but Yeah. I also had a friend in high school overdose on cocaine, which is why I also don't smoke now. You asked! Pull a type of guy to front a guy when he gets a little too much to drink. Physical Dracula comes through once he starts necking down alcohol. What a message. I don't think I ever got like that. It's a neat looking sword. Why is it so rare though? Like, why is this sword so hard to get your hands on? I don't understand, man. Drugs be wild for real. Yeah, he lived, for the record, but yeah, he only lived because he was with like a group of people and who are all partaking, and the dealer was in the group of people that they had bought it from. The dealer, it's like, has anyone seen Pulp Fiction? It's not like it's very vaguely like Pulp Fiction, but it's not like Pulp Fiction. I don't even know why I said that, because now I feel stupid. But the dealer had, what's the stuff called? What's the shot? What's it called? It's the one that, like, cops will carry. I can't think of it. I know what you mean. I can't think of the actual name of the drug, but it's that shot. And the dealer had one of those, like, in his car's glove box or some shit, and he ran out and got it. Adrenaline? No, it's not adrenaline. +4, we get 200. No, not that. The stuff that... Narcan! Narcan! It's called Narcan. I just need some smithing stones. That's the bad thing of doing a shield and a sword that are both standard. We're gonna need to do a good amount of smithing stone collection. Yeah, he had Narcan in his car. So he lived. He also, like, completely cut himself off from everything after that. He was like, oh, hell no. He was like, if the dealer wasn't there, I would be dead. So he's done now. He's never again for him. Don't need it for medical reasons. Minnesota might actually pass it recreational soon. It's like in the process of going through right now. There's a chance it doesn't, but people here want it really bad because they accidentally passed that thing that allows like a very small amount to be consumed through edibles only. So like smoke stores here in Minnesota can sell like very low dose edibles currently. Like practically micro doses, but they can. And they do. So people, now that they've gotten like that tiny bit legalized recreationally here, they just want it full recreational. I think I talked about that thing passing back when it did. I think I talked about it on stream, because it was right after I moved back here that this happened. But if you didn't hear me talk about it then, essentially, the lawmakers who wrote it tricked, like, our state representatives into signing that amount, that dosage, to be legal. they snuck it into like a much larger bill and they worded it in some sort of weird way. I don't remember how they worded it, but they essentially like loopholed it and tricked the state representatives into saying yes to it and legalizing it. And it was crazy. Because like I remember the funniest part of the story when it happened was there was a journalist like outside of the, I don't know what the word is, like the Capitol building here in Minneapolis, or is it St. Paul? I don't know. It's Minneapolis or St. Paul that the Capitol building is in. I can't keep the two separate, honestly. It's called the Twin Cities for a reason. It's literally like, it really, for all intents and purposes, chat, it's one big city. That's Minneapolis, St. Paul. You'll often see it hyphenated. Because it's like one really big city, but we have the Mississippi River up here that goes through it. And if you're on the west of the Mississippi, you're in Minneapolis. And if you're on the east of it, you're in St. Paul. And I'm not joking. Like, that's literally just how it works. The two cities are really one city that are just separated by the river. Anyway, that's why I can't keep them straight. Because I don't know where the river is relative to things in the city. But yeah, it was really funny. Representative comes out and a journalist asks him, how do you feel about having signed the first recreational marijuana use bill for Minnesota? And the guy looks at the journalist and he's like, I didn't. Having genuinely no clue, even after like leaving, that he had just done that. It was so funny. Like, that was a real thing, and there was like a news camera crew there with the journalist. Like, there's a video of him saying it. It's so good. It's genuinely hilarious. I love that clip so much. Because it really just paints the picture of the whole thing. Like, the dude, even after leaving work that day, still didn't know that he had done that. So good. White wine bongs. That sounds... What? White wine from a bong? That can't be right. That can't be right. Say psych right now. Oh, a beer. From a beer bong. Wait, what? From a beer bong? Johannes, yes! When you say a bong, I don't think of a beer bong, Mikkel. Wow. I was like, you can smoke wine? I was like, this is news. I've never heard of this shit. Yeah, okay. I thought you were smoking wine. I was like, that can't be right. That certainly can't be right. That must be a trip. Yeah, dude. I was very confused. But also, white wine from a beer bong sounds equally deadly in its own way. I have this very vivid memory. I don't know. I still quote it to this day with like closer friends of mine who I've had since childhood. But one of our classmates, back in like 7th grade or something, random kid from our class, it was science class. I don't remember how it came up, but our teacher was talking about alcohol, and he talked about like how you sip wine for whatever reason. This came up. And this one kid in our class just like pipes up out of nowhere. Doesn't like, it just completely blurts it out, right? He just goes, my mom doesn't sip wine, she chugs it. And I quote that shit to this day. That stuck in my brain so hard. Even in 7th grade, I knew that was not right. I hope he's okay. That shit stuck with me for the rest of my life, man. Oh my god, that shit was so funny. My mom doesn't sip wine, she chugs it. I say that all the time. Again, just like to my friends who I've known since like middle school, I'll say it because they were in that class. But genuinely, I think of it so often. That's how you're supposed to drink wine? I don't know if that's right. The wine connoisseurs out there just cringed at the thought. Not because his mom is apparently an alcoholic. Just because you need to just shake it around in the glass and then sniff it. Get the smell in your nose. And then you need to take a tiny sip and go, yes, and then you repeat. Wine sucks ass, by the way. For the wine aficionados, the connoisseurs out there. That shit tastes like ass. Granted, I've never had white wine. But red wine tastes like shit. Some women out there, have you seen them drink wine? Blink and it's gone. Bro, I have seen. I have seen some women drink wine from the bottle. Just pick that shit up, throw it back. I've seen it. I have seen. It's, yeah. As a self-proclaimed wine connoisseur, and after a careful inspection, you do chug that shit. Wait, you can, what? You can stance break the dogs? I can't pause Elden Ring, but pause. Has anyone who's played this game seen that? You can stance break the dogs? I'm dealing like the perfect amount of damage right now to have left that dog at 1 health after a guard counter and apparently dealt enough poise damage to stagger it. I have 200 hours played of this game. I've never seen a dog get staggered like that. Never once in any of the Souls games have I stance broken a dog. Never once. Probably because any attack that would do it just tends to one-shot them because they don't have any health. That was so weird to see. People who don't play Elden Ring have no idea why I'm ranting about this, or Souls games, I guess. Like, I've genuinely never. Like, I have 200 hours in Elden Ring. I have like 100 hours in Dark Souls. I have like 100 hours in Demon Souls. I have never once seen a dog in any of these games get stance broken. That has never happened. I have just never seen that. That was so weird. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go out of my way to do it these next couple times. Because I'm only going to be able to do this pretty much this time that I'm dealing like the perfect amount of damage to make it happen. With this exact setup. Look at that. I leave it with like 1 health. Can I get a crit on them somehow? Ow! I'm trying to get used to guard counters too in general. That's why I did it in the first place. I don't think there's any way you can do like a crit. That would be even crazier. Seeing a crit on a dog like that, that would blow my mind even more. Well, Elden Ring really is the gift that keeps on giving. You know, you learn a couple things a day playing this game. There's a sword that takes 4 hours to farm, and it's not even very good. There's stance breaking on dogs. Apparently. You really learn something new every day. Hold on, sorry. I'm looking at my gear. Because I as much as I love the Soldier of Rick cosplay, I do kind of want to be wearing like the heaviest defense gear that I can without fat rolling. That's kind of just what I'm going for with gear on this build. I don't have any sort of specific gear sets in mind or anything. Because I just kind of went in winging this build. But I am just like, I know I'm going to pump endurance pretty hard on this build because I'm going to be using a shield and blocking a lot. So it really, because paladins are always like a hybrid of healers and tanks, traditionally, I want to get my tankiness, not just from having like 60 vigor at endgame, because like, yeah, that's pretty much every build I do. Except for, I think I only went like 50. I stance broke the rat! They can be stance broken too. I've learned 3 things today. 3 new Elden Ring packs I've learned. You can stance break the rats. Did you know that one, Mickle? Mr. Flame of the Red Mane staggers everything. Did you know you could do it to the rats? Mr. Elden Gamer. Did you know that one? You ever seen a rat get stance broken? What the fuck is this? Why am I able to stance break these things? I can't stop doing it just because it's funny. Like, I will never see this again. I will never see this happen again once I upgrade my sword like 1 more time. It won't happen again after that. So I have to do it as much as I can. It's specifically like this sword at +4 with Golden Vow and Faith damage on it, Sacred, I mean. Like, it's the perfect storm combination. You guard break with it, and you can stance break dogs and rats. I don't know why, but it's a thing. I genuinely had no idea it was even, like, possible in the game's code to stance break those enemies. Your current stats have to be basically the exact ones that you can. That's true, because I'm also getting the scaling from Strength, Dex, and Faith. Being at 16, 15, 15, respectively. Like, I am in the perfect exact spot with a shield, because it's only the guard break that's doing it. And I'm able to stagger these enemies. I have no idea how I found this, but it's beautiful. I'll never stagger rats or dogs. Well, you could always just spend like 4.5 hours farming for this sword and get your stats and upgrades to exactly where mine are, and then you could do it. The double stance break! Dark Souls rat. More like Dark Souls, you're staggered. Am I right? That was a good one. State of Play starts right as stream ends. Do I even want to watch it? Like, is there anything there that I'm like... I expect that we'll get a Spider-Man 2 trailer, but probably not much of anything. I think it'll be like a minor teaser with a release window. I think that's all we're gonna get. Main thing is Final Fantasy, that's right. I knew they were showing something. Final Fantasy looks great from what they've shown, the new one, but also... it's gonna be PS5 exclusive for like at least the first 6 months, they said. So, like, even with that coming out in June and the game looking really cool, like, I won't be able to play it until like early 2024, probably. So I'm not even like watching it for that. Will I watch Spider-Verse 2? Well, I would have to watch the first one. Oops. I think they confirmed that Spidey 2 ain't there. Bro, how? I've heard that, like, their planned release window for Spidey 2 is September. How will it not be there? That's crazy talk. I see that it's 4 o'clock. Why am I farming the tunnels? I need smithing stone 1s, and these guys are dropping them. October at latest? Yeah, that's what I've heard. The Elden stutter. I'm just gonna get these rockmen here. I hope Spideyverse 2 is good. Yeah, I somewhat famously have not seen the first one. Because everyone is like, your favorite superhero is Spider-Man, and I'm like, mm-hmm. And they're like, and you've seen all the movies other than that one? And I'm like, mm-hmm. And they're like, and you've played the games? And I'm like, mm-hmm. But you haven't seen Spider-Verse? No. No, I haven't. Just go get the bell bearing. Oh, true. I forget that that's the thing. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy and you haven't done so already, feel free to go ahead and leave a sub, come back another time. We're doing this. We've been doing the Resident Evil games, playing through all the main lines. Code Veronica's starting to get crazy. Real wacky story-wise. So, if you enjoy just a really goofy, crazy story with bad voice acting, it's been a great time. We've been doing XCOM. If you enjoy seeing me play... Bro, you think Elden Ring is a hard game? People say that Elden Ring's hard. Elden Ring ain't got shit on XCOM. I can play Elden Ring, and I can just power through it with stupid strats. And it doesn't work in that game. It just doesn't work. Anyway. Also, if you enjoyed, feel free to go ahead and leave a like on the stream if you haven't done so already. Helps out a lot with algorithm, you know, discoverability, yada yada. Thank you if you've done so already. Thank you if you're about to do so. If you're looking for links to engage with the community outside of YouTube, feel free to check out links in the description. Things down there like Discord server, Twitter, TikTok, all that stuff is down there. Other than that, though, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you always back here next time. I hope you all have the rest of your day. Thank you for coming to the stream, and goodbye.